Remember that asteroid that wiped dinosaurs off the face of the Earth? Brace yourself, we might witness a similar scenario in our lifetimes. And this time, the consequences might even be more catastrophic. There's just one tiny difference. This new asteroid is likely to smack into the moon. No, this is not a sci-fi scenario anymore. There's this asteroid called 2024 YR4 that scientists say has about a 4% chance of hitting the moon in 2032. So what do? Try to gently shove it off course or blow it up? A bunch of researchers, including people from NASA, dug into this and suggested several options. Their worry is real. If that rock hits the moon, it could kick up a massive cloud of debris, and this cloud could spike to as much as 1,000 times normal levels for a few days. That's not just messy, it could endanger astronauts and satellites in low Earth orbit. One obvious idea is to nudge the asteroid so it misses the moon. Another is a full-on breakup. Basically, a deliberate explosion. Experts use a clever term to describe it, a robust disruption. But nuking an asteroid is totally untested. Nobody has ever done it before, and it carries huge risks. You could create a bunch of smaller but more dangerous fragments, or do something unexpected that can make things worse. In any case, the idea is out there for scientists to chew on. Now here's the backstory. 2024 YR4 was first spotted on December 27, 2024, and reported to the Minor Planet Center. That's the official hub that tracks all new asteroids and comets. Pretty soon, it showed up on NASA's Century Impact Risk Table, which is like the agency's watch list for any asteroid that could potentially hit Earth. For a little while, things looked sketchy. Out of 37,000 plus known large asteroids, YR4 was the only one with a real chance of smacking into Earth anytime soon. Its odds even climbed to a record 3.1%.
That might not sound like much to such amateurs as me and you, but in space terms, that's huge. Scientists were really paying attention. Luckily, after a few more months of better tracking and sharper observations, they nailed down the asteroid's orbit more precisely. Turns out its path isn't taking it anywhere near us after all. Its chance of hitting Earth has dropped so low it's basically zero now. So, we can breathe out and relax. Earth is safe. But the moon? Maybe not. And that's why researchers are now debating whether to blow the thing up before it ever gets close. The thing is, asteroid 2024 YR4 is pretty big. Based on what the James Webb Space Telescope saw, it's about 220 feet long, roughly the size of a 20-story building. Not exactly a pebble, I'd say. At first, NASA thought there was only around a 1.7% chance that YR4 would crash into the moon. But then, the Webb telescope checked again in March, and that number jumped to 3.8% right away. By May, it climbed once again. It was already sitting at about 4.3%. In other words, the more they looked, the more likely it seemed that this space rock might actually hit our natural satellite. On the bright side, these new observations helped NASA figure out where exactly the asteroid would be on December 22, 2032, with about 20% better accuracy. Now, if the asteroid really did smash into the moon, NASA says it wouldn't mess with its orbit or make it wobble or anything dramatic like that. And this is a very big but a hit from something that large would kick up a ton of debris, and that flying space junk could become a real problem for satellites orbiting Earth, or even for astronauts on the International Space Station. That sounds alarming enough. That's why the story might take a turn straight out of a sci-fi movie. Scientists are seriously considering blowing the asteroid up. But unlike in a movie, this isn't about saving Earth this time. The most extreme idea is to launch a bunch of nuclear explosives at the asteroid before it reaches the moon. The thinking is, if they can blow it to pieces while it's still far away, the debris will scatter safely into space instead of causing problems near Earth. But of course, there's the catch. While scientists know roughly how big YR4 is, they don't know exactly how much it weighs. And that's a huge problem. Without knowing its mass, space agencies can't design a precise mission to knock it off course. In theory, they could send out a reconnaissance spacecraft first, something to get close to the asteroid, measure it up, and figure out the best way to push it away. But researchers say there just isn't enough time. By the time we'd collect all the needed data and build the right hardware, it'd be too late to intercept the asteroid before the 2032 impact window. So instead of a gentle space nudge, some experts suggest going full Armageddon-style, that very robust disruption. Translated into human, it's blasting the asteroid apart with nuclear explosions. Sure enough, this idea comes with a massive risk. What if the explosion accidentally changes the asteroid's path and sends some fragments toward Earth? The researchers admit it's a possibility, but still think nuking it could be the most practical solution, given the circumstances. If the mission ever happens, it would need to launch sometime between 2029 and late 2031. This would give it just enough time to reach and intercept the asteroid before it gets too close to the moon. Now, nuking space rocks might sound over the top, but NASA actually has some experience with asteroid defense. Back in 2022, they pulled off something groundbreaking with their Double Asteroid Redirection Test, or DART. That mission was all about proving that humans could physically change an asteroid's path without using explosives. NASA launched a small spacecraft in November 2021, and after almost a year of travel, it crashed head-on into a tiny asteroid named Dimorphos at about 14,000 miles per hour. The idea was simple. If you hit an asteroid hard enough, you can slightly change its orbit, just enough to make it miss Earth someday. And it actually worked. The test showed that even a relatively small spacecraft could make a serious difference. Now, the European Space Agency wants to double-check exactly how much of an effect that crash had. In October 2024, they launched a follow-up spacecraft called Hera from Florida's Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Hera's on a 2-year journey to reach Dimorphos and its bigger partner asteroid, Didymos. By October 2026, Hera will enter orbit around the asteroid pair and start collecting data, basically checking NASA's math. ESA scientists hope that once they analyze the impact site, they'll find out how effective DART was at changing the asteroid's trajectory. If it turns out that kinetic impact, aka smashing a spacecraft into an asteroid, works well enough, future missions might use that technique again. Maybe even for YR4, if it ever becomes a real threat. But if it doesn't, that's when the nuclear backup plan might come off the shelf. Either way, scientists are making sure that if a space rock ever threatens Earth or the Moon, humanity will have more than just a Hollywood script to rely on. By the way, people at NASA run what-if asteroid exercises every 2 years to get scientists, state agencies, and international experts on the same page. During such asteroid drills, experts pretend that a giant space rock is heading our way. Then they work through all the tricky questions they can come up with, like how big is it, where might it hit, what should we do? It's like a massive brainstorming session to make sure that if this ever happens, we won't be starting from scratch. To make these scenarios feel as real as possible, NASA's Center for Near-Earth Object Studies gets involved. These are the folks who track real asteroids and calculate their orbits. So they simulate months of asteroid observations, complete with uncertainties about its size, trajectory, and potential impact zones. No one knows exactly how big the asteroid is or where it can hit. It's the kind of uncertainty that makes decision-making way harder, just like it would be in real life.
Way back in the Victorian era, a strange celestial body appears to have popped up in our solar system. Was it an asteroid? Or maybe a comet? It took us until October 2017 to notice it and to start studying it closely. It was named Oumuamua, which is Hawaiian for scout. Not only is its shape extremely unusual, highly elongated and narrow, but it's also speeding so fast that it appears the sun's gravity doesn't affect it so much. So what is this strange, wandering rock? Specialists at first thought it mostly looked like an asteroid, but they took a closer glance and concluded that it was most likely a comet. They believed it's propelled by little jets of gas caused by the warmth of the sun, which could drive it off its natural course. Apart from the way it moves, the looks of Oumuamua are also special compared to those of other comets. These types of celestial bodies reflect about 4% of the light that falls on them. Oumuamua, surprisingly, has double the reflective properties. Sadly, we aren't able to study this bizarre object anymore since it has already left our neighborhood in the solar system. We've heard so many stories about the Bermuda Triangle, from its mysterious events to very detailed scientific explanations as to why they happen at times. Well, you'll be surprised to know there's a space equivalent to the Bermuda Triangle, which some astronauts claim to have witnessed. What they described was similar to an intense flash of light as they passed through a specific location, which they then called the South Atlantic anomaly. There could be an explanation for this. Firstly, it's important to know the Earth's magnetic field is not perfectly aligned to its rotation axis. There is an area of about 125 miles above the South Atlantic where some type of radiation is as close to the Earth's surface as possible. When passing through this location, computers stopped working, and space staff saw those cosmic bursts of light I mentioned. As far as we know, there are 8 planets in our solar system: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. But could there be another one, the 9th planet out there that we've yet to discover completely? Some astronomers are certain there is, and they're currently calling it Planet 9. Its location seems to be way beyond Neptune, the 8th planet we've known so far, and the farthest away from the Sun. The problem is, we've been wrong before. In 1801, we stumbled upon Ceres, what we now know as the largest asteroid in the solar system. But we initially believed it to be a planet too. And you must know the story about Pluto. First, we believed it was a planet right after we discovered it in 1930, but then reclassified it as a dwarf planet. The fact that Planet 9 is so far away from us makes it difficult to photograph and study, hence its uncertain status. For specialists to track Planet 9, light has to travel all the way out there from the Sun and almost all the way back again. Astronomers were able to cover somewhere around 30% of the area where this planet is supposed to be. They also estimate it will take about another 4 years to study the rest of it and make a conclusion. A nebula is basically a huge cloud of dust and gas somewhere in space. Some of them come from dying stars after they've exploded. Others are the locations where new stars are beginning to form. That's why some nebulae are even called star nurseries. They can come in many different colors and sizes, but one in particular caught the eyes of astronomers because of its spectacular shape. It's called the Red Rectangle Nebula, and it's located in the constellation of the Unicorn, about 2,300 light-years away from us. We don't know exactly what causes that unusual shape, but one explanation could be that there are 2 stars at its core. These stars could create 2 cones of bright dust, which together make the nebula look like a square. What's even more puzzling about this formation is that it displays something called extended red emission. This means that its dust has a specific reddish glow. It's difficult to tell what causes this, but those 2 potential stars in the middle certainly have something to do with it. Remember when I mentioned Neptune is the most distant planet in the solar system? It's around 30 times farther from the Sun than we are. It would make sense for it to be the coldest out of all the planets, but here comes the surprise, it's not. And scientists have yet to pinpoint why. In 1989, NASA's spaceship Voyager 2 passed by both Uranus and Neptune. It found that Neptune was warmer than its neighbor, even though it was farther away from the Sun. Scientists came up with a bunch of theories trying to explain this staggering discovery. One of them had to do with the gravitational differences between Uranus and Neptune. Neptune's blue hues are more intense than those of Uranus. So, NASA researchers believe there's another unidentified chemical in Neptune's atmosphere. It could explain the unusual temperature. The weather could also have something to do with it. Neptune apparently has the strongest winds and the most massive storms in our solar system. In 1989, for example, Voyager 2 detected a massive blizzard on Neptune, which they named the Great Dark Spot. This storm was bigger than our whole planet. It disappeared in 1994, so there's little we can understand about it these days. These extreme winds can push frozen methane through the planet's atmosphere and mess up the temperature. Uranus is a bit weird itself on a closer look, apart from it basically being a huge ball of gas, of course. Why is that? Well, firstly, because it rotates on its side, making it look like it rolls around the sun like a ball. This curious orientation, about 90 degrees sideways, is probably because of some kind of massive collision that happened in its past. This tilt is also the reason why Uranus has the most extreme seasons in the solar system. 1 year on Uranus is as long as 84 Earth years. For about a quarter of this period, the sun shines straight over the north or south pole of the planet. This could explain the huge difference between its highest and lowest yearly temperatures. Let's also look at the little ones for a bit, shall we? I mean Mercury and Pluto. Mercury is already the smallest planet, or second smallest if we count the dwarf planet Pluto, of course, in our solar system. It's also the second densest after our planet, and it's getting smaller and denser at the same time. For a long time, we thought that our planet was the only tectonically active one. That was until we discovered that Mercury was still active in this department also. So that's probably the reason why it's shrinking and compacting as time goes by. Pluto's atmosphere is giving scientists a lot of headaches to this day. They revealed that it has about 20 layers in its atmosphere, and they're cooler and more compact than they initially estimated. NASA's New Horizons team also discovered that the dwarf planet releases a huge quantity of nitrogen each hour, but somehow Pluto can constantly restock on its lost nitrogen. Maybe it's thanks to some intense geological activity. Just like most participants at talent shows, we also have a failed star in our solar system. Sorry, Jupiter, we're talking about you. It may not be the most appropriate description in terms of astronomical facts, but some specialists do call Jupiter a failed star. That's because, similarly to a star, Jupiter has a lot of chemicals like hydrogen and helium. At the same time, Jupiter doesn't have nearly enough mass to start a fusion reaction in its core and transform into a star. Stars generate their energy by mixing together hydrogen atoms under extreme heat and pressure, which creates helium. As this process takes place, it releases light and heat, which gives stars their appearance and temperature. How do they manage that? Well, they have a significant amount of gravity for starters. For Jupiter to flare up a fusion process and transform itself into a star, it would need to be more than 70 times heavier. In theory, if we could mix together a lot of Jupiters, we might have ourselves a new star. But sadly for it, in our solar system, Jupiter will have to stick with being a huge lump of gas. Biggest of them all, though.
No one will hear your cry in space, or something like that. We've all heard this famous chilling phrase, and it's actually true. Space, for the most part, consists of a giant nothingness. There's a lot of, space in space. But this doesn't mean there are no sounds in space. In fact, there are plenty of them, and some of them can even make you shiver. Let's take a look at the scariest space sounds. First of all, how are cosmic sounds even recorded? Sound is just the vibration of molecules. When you scream, you make the molecules push each other furiously until they reach the ear of the person you're yelling at. Then these vibrations get transmitted to the brain, and we recognize them as something that you might need to apologize for. In other words, to hear something, we need molecules. And that's where things get complicated. There aren't any of them in space. The entire universe almost completely consists of a vacuum. No, not a Hoover. Absolute nothingness. However, the wizards from NASA still record space sound somehow. So how do they do it? The thing is, there are some types of waves that don't care about molecules. We regular folk can't perceive them without some special devices. These waves include, for example, radio waves. We'll need a radio or something like that to recognize them. And that's exactly what NASA's satellites do. They catch random radio waves. Thanks to their heroism, we can find out how different cosmic bodies sound. These satellites record a variety of waves, fluctuations of plasmas, magnetic fields, and other, stuff. And then scientists from NASA transform all this into normal soundtracks. And some of them sound quite frightening, to put it mildly. Let's take our magnetic field, for example. It surrounds our planet like an invisible shield, protecting us from all sorts of nasties, like radiation and solar winds. At the same time, we can neither see it, feel it, nor hear. Oops. Well, the last one is outdated. Scientists from the Technical University of Denmark took magnetic waves recorded by the ESA swarm satellite. They converted them into an audio track and got a pretty creepy result. Now, to be honest, it sounds more like an eerie entity stalking you in the middle of the night. And if you remember the maps of Earth's magnetic field, it starts to feel like a spider crawling nearby. Ew. And this isn't the first strange sound that we caught on Earth. Recently, we caught another weird radio emission from space. Scientists found out that the repeating signal came from somewhere very far away, like billions of light years away from us. Such fast radio bursts usually lasted no longer than a few milliseconds, but this one was unique. It lasted about 3 seconds, basically thousands of times longer than usual. And at the same time, the signal was very precise, so much so that scientists even compared it to a heartbeat. Scientists believe that this signal is caused by pulsars, or neutron stars. One time, Nikola Tesla caught something similar, but unfortunately, at that time, we didn't know about such things as pulsars, so Tesla was sure that he had caught a message from some extraterrestrial life. It's a pity that the truth turned out to be much more boring. But let's move on from the Earth to the Moon. In 1969, the astronauts of the Apollo 10 mission, the spacecraft that made the final test flight to the Moon, flew past its surface. And then they caught some strange signals coming from the dark side of the Moon, the side that we never see because the Moon is tidally locked to us. The sound was so weird that the astronauts weren't even sure whether to report it to NASA. They were afraid they wouldn't be taken seriously, and maybe even not allowed to participate in the next space missions. Here's what it sounded like. But according to NASA, it's not some creepy extraterrestrial music at all. These may just be some radio waves that affected each other because of their proximity, although the astronauts who heard it for the first time probably felt a little creeped out. Let's move to the other planets. Now, 40 years ago, scientists actively explored the surface of Venus. They sent as many as 10 probes there, which were supposed to capture audio and video shooting from the surface. Now we know what Venus, which could easily destroy us at any attempt to even get close to it, sounds like. Horrifying. And you wouldn't expect anything else from the most dangerous planet in the solar system. Unfortunately, Venus is even more toxic than the average Twitter user. So these probes didn't last too long. They heroically arrived on a planet and soon broke down. Next one is Jupiter. This space giant, which is 11 times larger than the Earth, never fails to scare us. One of NASA's probes, Juno, flies around Jupiter every few weeks. The probe is moving at a tremendous speed, 130,000 miles per hour. One day, Juno caught one of the strongest invisible signals it had ever encountered. This was the point at which the mad solar wind came into conflict with the magnetic field of Jupiter. It kind of sounded like a cosmic boom. The original sound lasted 2 hours, but it was compressed to a few seconds. It actually sounds more like a collision of a sea wave and a rock. But here, in terms of horror, Jupiter surprisingly loses to one of its small moons, Ganymede. In 2021, the Galileo space probe flew past Ganymede, and during its flight, it received a rather strange recording. These sounds are satellite radiation, and it's unclear whether it sounds like a cozy sunny day in the jungle or like thousands of bats waiting for you in the night. Next one is Saturn. This signal was caught by the Cassini-Huygens Automatic Interplanetary Station, which was launched into space in 1997. When flying past Saturn, Cassini recorded a pretty scary sound. This terrifying cry of thousands of souls is actually just some radio waves. They aren't too different from what the auroras emit on Earth. A little later, Cassini received another recording, the sounds made by lightning and thunderstorms on Saturn. They sound pretty interesting too. More like popping corn or a Geiger counter, right? But that's just because these lightning strikes have a crazy frequency. Moving on from the solar system to outer space. The famous Voyager 1 was launched back in 1977 and continues to send us data even 40 years after its launch. In 2012, it left the solar system and entered interstellar space. And then, while abandoning its home, Voyager 1 detected the sound of plasma waves. The original recording lasted 7 months, but fortunately, scientists felt sorry for us and reduced it to 12 seconds. It isn't really eerie, but is still kind of unsettling. And although it feels like nothing can beat Saturn's horrors, let's end this tournament with one of the scariest objects in the universe, a black hole. This sound was recorded by the Chandra Space Telescope. While studying a cluster of galaxies in the constellation Perseus, they discovered something strange. Some undulating movements appear from the center of the cluster. They spread out in all directions, like circles on the water. Scientists have suggested that this was caused by a supermassive black hole. The thing is, black holes don't always devour space objects entirely. Sometimes they kind of spit them out. This causes vibrations of gases, which we can convert into soundtracks. What's interesting is that the oscillation of each such wave actually lasts about 10 million years. You're just listening to a very accelerated recording. Scientists have reduced the delay between oscillations by about 144 quadrillion times. So let's check it out. This is probably the eeriest sound from the whole list. Nothing too loud or wild, but there's something dark and disturbing about it. Now, those were the scariest space sounds captured by NASA. To be fair, most of them sounded creepy simply because they're radio waves, but it's still fun to get spooked sometimes. So imagine being one of the first people sent to explore Mars. As you're approaching the red planet, something strange and creepy draws your attention. There, yes, right there. Doesn't it look like a mammoth bear's head? What or who could possibly create a bear's snout in the middle of a crater? Unfortunately, or should I say luckily, there's nothing mysterious about the bear's head. It's just a facial pareidolia. That's a tendency to see facial features in everyday things. But speaking about the finding on Mars, should we rename the phenomenon into Bearidolia? You could see that coming, couldn't you? Alright, check it out. You see a V-shaped hill that looks like a nose. Then there are two craters that look like eyes. And then there's a circular fracture pattern, the head, that surrounds the nose and the eyes. Experts think that the face could be created when a deposit was settling over a buried impact crater, and the nose might be a mud or volcanic vent with solidified lava or mud flows around it. Anyway, the crater does look like a bear's face, I'll give you that. But thanks to HiRISE, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter's high-resolution imaging science experiment camera, another of NASA's amazing acronyms, we've seen many other crazy craters on the red planet, like smiley faces, a bird, or an elephant. First, let's have a look at the famous face of Mars. These images were first taken by the Viking orbiter in 1976. At that time, the resolution was obviously quite poor, plus the lighting was slanted, which produced the result that shocked people in the 1970s, a face carved of rock staring back at Earth. Did it mean there was another civilization on Mars that had created this monument? Nah. Look at the photo of the same spot taken by the current Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. The resolution is much, much better, and the face has miraculously turned into an ordinary hill. Or look at this teeny Bigfoot, whose image was captured in 2008. I say teeny because this creature is just a few inches tall, and when the photo was taken, Bigfoot was only several yards away from the camera. And here, one curious soul zoomed in on a small rock and spotted something that resembled a gorilla. That's how some people started to believe there were apes on Mars. Yeah, really. Let me show you some more examples of imaginary creatures and faces on the red planet. Most of them come from a series of images taken by the Themis camera. Currently, it's on board the Mars Odyssey spacecraft, which only needs 2 hours to orbit the red planet, carrying some important scientific instruments. Let me introduce my happy Martian to you. This 2-mile-wide crater was photographed in 2008. The next crater chain looks like a wasp with its wispy wings of impact debris. The whole feature was probably created by a meteorite that fell at a very low angle and broke into pieces right before the impact. Now, do you see a woolly mammoth or an elephant here? Lava flows in one region on Mars left this image on its reddish soil. The region itself, called Elysium Planitia, is famous for the planet's youngest lava flows. For example, the one that looks like a mammoth most likely formed in the past 100 million years. Just yesterday. Now let's talk about love, or rather its symbol, the heart. Do you like these two hearts on the surface of the red planet? This one is actually a mesa top outlined by frost, and this heart shape is an impact crater. The hit tore away dark surface material and exposed lighter soil underneath. Then some of the material probably flew downslope, creating the heart. And this dust-covered hummingbird, can you see its long beak and head? Scientists aren't sure how this shape was formed, but they think erosion and wind played a part in its creation. These dark sand dune deposits look like a howling wolf. And here, can you see a series of interlocking gears? This image looks like the letter T, right? The right angle fracture was created by the tectonic stretching of the Martian crust. Do you think we might find other letters of the alphabet on Mars too? Why not? And now, how about another bizarre thing astronomers noticed on the surface of Mars? Is that a door to someone's house? It was NASA's Curiosity rover that sent this image to Earth. It became viral because this formation over here, see, looks like a door. Unfortunately, scientists, due to their rational minds, were quick to disappoint us. They claimed that it was just a natural part of the Martian landscape. There were several clues that made them think it wasn't a real door. For example, the opening is tiny, a mere 3 feet high. They're sure that what looks like a door is actually an opening in a rock created by natural forces, like winds and erosion. If you look at the rock closely, you may notice strata. Those are layers of silt that stand out because they're harder than the surrounding material. These strata dip here on the left and a bit higher on the right. They likely appeared around 4 billion years ago in a river or a wind-blown dune. Since the strata became visible, powerful Martian winds have eroded them even more. And look at this. See those cracks? That's how rocks weather on the red planet. This small cave probably formed when several fractures crossed the strata. A pretty large boulder might have fallen out under its own weight, and this created the door-shaped opening. This theory is quite plausible, because even though the gravity on Mars isn't as strong as on Earth, it's still strong enough to do it. Besides, see that rock to the right of the opening? It has a suspiciously smooth vertical edge. It must be the culprit. It probably fell out not so long ago. But it's not only the red planet that can boast of having unusual formations. Let's take this comet, for example. This image was taken by the European spacecraft Rosetta in 2014. Can you see a face on its right-hand side? Or the moon. Here's its famous rabbit. It sits upside down with its ears pointing downward. Some people see a man on the moon. It can either be his face or the entire body. If someone sees the whole human figure, it usually looks like it's carrying sticks. Sometimes it's a toad. To spot it, look at the top left-hand side of our moon. The toad is facing upward, see? Now look at this spinning neutron star. Such a star is a collapsed core of a supergiant star with a total mass of 10 to 25 solar masses. Except for black holes and some hypothetical objects, like quark stars or white holes, neutron stars are the densest and smallest known stellar objects. Anyway, back to this particular star. As you can see, this space object, located 17,000 light-years away from Earth, is surrounded by a cloud of energetic particles. And this image, taken by NASA's Chandra X-ray Observatory, appeared in 2009 and became viral in no time. All because many people spotted a hand-like structure among all that space stuff. NASA explained that the star was spinning incredibly fast, spewing energy into the space surrounding it. This created intriguing and complex structures, like the large cosmic hand so many people see. Now, look at the Horsehead Nebula in the constellation Orion. This is a freezing cold and dark cloud of dust and gas that was first noted in 1888. This dark shadowing is created by dust, and at the base of the nebula, there are many bright spots. Those are young stars at the stage of formation. Pay attention to this extremely bright star in the top left side of the Horsehead. Its radiation is so powerful that the star is starting to erode the cloud around itself. It means that in millions of years, the nebula might not resemble the head of a horse anymore. Well, I won't be around then. The European Southern Observatory Very Large Telescope has captured an image in which we can see the collision of 3 different galaxies. We can even observe the effect they have on each other. But the coolest thing is that while colliding, they created a recognizable shape. Because doesn't it look like a giant space hummingbird?
What the? Look! Do you see this? Part of the sun has broken off, and it's now churning above the star's surface, having formed a giant vortex. What's going on there? Well, let's admit it. We still know very little about the sun, however crucial this star is for our well-being. But in the case of the broken sun, scientists can probably explain what happened. Some of the star's plasma likely erupted from the sun's surface and broke away, creating something resembling a crown-like vortex over the solar North Pole. And still, this is just a theory. Astronomers need to conduct further analysis to figure out if this is what really happened. At the moment, they're a bit baffled, since this phenomenon is nothing like anything they've seen before. But the footage we've got is undeniably impressive. What is more alarming, though, is that the behavior of our star is currently changing. The sun is ramping up its activity. It's getting rowdier with flares and sunspots. This year, it's flared every day so far. It's also thrown up a few X-class and M-class flares in January of 2023. These flares are the largest and second largest eruptions our star can produce. Even though it sounds kind of alarming, don't worry. The sun has certain activity cycles that repeat every 11 years or so. Some of them are relatively calm, while others are absolutely wild. These cycles happen simultaneously with the fluctuations in the sun's magnetic field. When it gets the weakest at the star's poles, they switch places. This makes the polarity of the magnetic field reverse. This is the very period of time when the sun is the most active. It's known as solar maximum. Right now, we are near this solar maximum. Scientists can figure it out by analyzing unusual solar activity. But since the sun is still pretty much a mystery to us, no one can determine when the polarity reversal is likely to occur. A rough estimation is July of 2025. At the same time, we can't say that the current solar situation is normal. It's true that each sun's cycle is different from others. Some are weaker and some are more powerful. So this one, which started in December of 2019, has already significantly exceeded all scientists' expectations and keeps doing so. Which brings us back to the vortex observed on February 2nd, 2023 that impressed astronomers so much. It started as a solar prominence. This is a bright plasma filament extending away from the surface of the sun. And, let me tell you, solar prominences are an absolutely regular phenomenon. And like the most recent one, they often occur at high altitudes around the sun's crown, which is the outermost layer of the star's atmosphere, also known as the corona. Anyway, prominences like the one in question are called hedgerow prominences because they look like a hedge. But what surprised astronomers happened a bit later. The material of the filament apparently broke away and started circling the pole near where it occurred at 60 degrees latitude and at a speed of about 60 miles per second. And it lasted for about 8 hours. One scientist, who has been observing the sun's cycles for decades, claims that he has never seen vortices like that. Unfortunately, solar poles are very difficult to observe, so it might be a while till we get our answers. For the first time, A spacecraft touched the surface of the Sun in 2021. It was NASA's Parker Solar Probe that flew through our star's upper atmosphere. It also took some samples of particles and examined magnetic fields there. It was a real milestone and a giant leap for solar science. Getting their hands on the very stuff the Sun is made of will allow researchers to uncover crucial information about our star and its influence on us and the entire solar system. The Parker Solar Probe moved closer to the Sun's surface and started making discoveries that other spacecraft were too far away to see. For example, the probe examined the solar wind from within. It's a flow of particles coming from the Sun. These particles can influence us here on Earth. Even before coming super close to the star, the Parker probe found out that near the Sun, there were loads of magnetic zigzag structures in the solar wind called switchbacks. But at that time, scientists couldn't figure out how they formed and where they appeared. But now, more than 2 years later, we know for sure that switchbacks originate at the solar surface. As you know, the Sun doesn't have any solid surface, unlike our planet, but it has a superheated atmosphere, which is made of solar material bound by magnetic forces and gravity. When pressure and rising heat push that material away from the star, it eventually reaches a point where the Sun's magnetic field and its gravity can't contain it anymore. This point has its own name, the Alphane Critical Surface. It marks the edge of the solar atmosphere, and that's also where the solar wind begins. The material that manages to make it past the boundary turns into the solar wind. It drags the Sun's magnetic field toward Earth and beyond. But the most important thing is that past the boundary, this wind starts moving so fast that its waves can't return back to the Sun, which literally means severing all connections with the star. During its flyby, the Parker probe passed inside and out of the Sun's corona several times, which proved that the Alphane Critical Surface wasn't shaped like a smooth sphere. It has valleys and spikes, and its surface is kinda wrinkled. At one point, the probe even came across a pseudo-streamer. These are massive structures in the Sun's corona that rise high above the surface of the star. You can see them from Earth during solar eclipses. And you know what? For the Parker probe, passing through the pseudo-streamer was like flying into the eye of a storm. Inside, everything was much quieter. Particles moved more slowly, and there were fewer switchbacks. It was a huge change from the barrage of particles the probe encountered inside the solar wind. Now, speaking of solar flares, those are pretty dangerous for Earth. The radiation they release can interfere with our radio communication. Such storms affect all electronic systems, from the internet to power grids, and can even destroy satellites. Most solar flares last for minutes, but some continue for hours. Scientists classify solar flares depending on how brightly they shine in X-rays. You aren't likely to notice the tiniest flares if you don't have special equipment. Medium solar flares lead to fleeting radio blackouts at the poles, but nothing too serious. It's X-class flares that people should be worried about. They cause the strongest and longest-lasting solar storms. A super strong solar storm heading toward Earth won't happen at once. First, there will be high-energy sunlight, mostly ultraviolet rays and X-rays. They will ionize our planet's upper atmosphere and mess up radio communication. After that, a radiation storm will hit Earth. And finally, a colossal cloud of charged solar particles will reach our atmosphere. The particles will interact with the planet's magnetic field and wreak havoc all over the world. If an intense solar storm happened these days, it would start by disrupting GPS and knocking out satellites. If any astronauts were spacewalking at that moment, they would have mere minutes after the first flash of light to find shelter. Their spacecraft would likely be properly shielded and safe enough. The main challenge would be to get inside in time. After that, the storm will proceed to interfere with satellite communications. That's why tons of your daily activities, from calling your friends to paying with your credit card, would be at risk. But one of the worst consequences would be connected with power grids. Power surges caused by the particles coming from the sun would damage giant transformers. A powerful solar storm could cost people $1 trillion to $2 trillion. Luckily, if such a powerful solar storm was heading our way, we'd most likely get some kind of warning. Modern equipment all over the world and in space doesn't stop watching the sun even for a second. It would give us some time to prepare, between several hours and a couple of days. And if transformers were taken offline in time, the consequences wouldn't be so dramatic.
NASA made this cool rover called Curiosity and sent it to Mars to see what else we can find out about the red planet, the one that will possibly become our next home. Curiosity has been exploring the surface of Mars, taking measurements and gathering data about the planet for more than 10 years. And good old Curiosity stumbled upon some interesting wave-rippled rocks in the region of the Martian surface that was kind of expected to be drier. Scientists believe this area was actually a lake bed. It might be the bottom of a dried-up lake and all that sediment and other things that have accumulated there. All this can give us some important clues about the history of the lake. For instance, the types of organisms that might have lived there, how deep the lake was, how long it was there, and similar stuff. These wave-rippled patterns tell us that these rocks may have formed when strong Martian winds were moving the water in this big ancient lake. You know that specific sound you can hear when you're holding a seashell to your ear? You actually hear it because of the way the air gets trapped inside the shell and moves against its walls. The air cannot escape, so it vibrates at frequencies that depend on the size of the shell. In other words, you have a feeling you hear the sound of waves hitting a shore. That's Mars in my imagination now, a spot where you can still hear the long-lost sound of waves crashing against the shores of mysterious gigantic lakes. During its mission, Curiosity also came across a metallic object which turned out to be a meteorite. This unusual rock that came from space is made of nickel and iron. Its name is Cacao, and it's about the size of a small car, 6.5 feet long, and weighs over a ton. This is an important discovery because we don't often find metallic objects on the Martian surface. Most of the rocks there are made of basalt or some other volcanic materials, so that chunk of metal could tell us more about the history of Mars and how it formed. Plus, it definitely stands out. The surface of Mars is red from oxides, while Cacao is metallic-looking and dark gray. It's rounded and smooth, too, which means it once passed through Mars's atmosphere. There have been other robots exploring Mars, too. For instance, NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, MRO, stumbled upon circular sand dunes. Sand dunes are usually very common on the red planet. They come in many different shapes and sizes, but circular ones like these are really rare. They consist of dark sand with light-colored material surrounding them. And the cool thing is that these dunes are arranged in a specific pattern, similar to the spokes of a wheel. It could be because of the way the winds blow. But back to our buddy, Curiosity. It's been exploring many other interesting things, like oxygen levels in the Martian atmosphere. The levels change depending on the season. There's more oxygen in the spring and summer. It's still not clear why, though, and of course, even that is not enough for us to really breathe there. The concentration of oxygen on Mars is 0.1%, which is about 100 times less than the concentration in Earth's atmosphere. The atmosphere of Mars is mostly made up of carbon dioxide, with traces of other gases. Curiosity was so good that it also decided to analyze the age of rocks it found. It seems they're much older than we previously thought. Some of them date back more than 3 billion years. Curiosity found organic molecules in soil samples too. These molecules are basically building blocks of life. Now, this doesn't prove there's indeed life on Mars. It's just one of the things that suggests there might have been some form of life a long time ago. Curiosity discovered potential evidence that there might be a large reservoir of liquid water beneath the south polar ice cap, probably very salty and full of different minerals. This high salinity is the reason why this water could remain liquid at temperatures well below freezing. It would be cool to have some sort of subsurface ocean to take a dip in, especially when these crazy Martian winds are raging on the surface. And it would be great to have something that would protect us from those insane radiation levels on the red planet. There are some pretty toxic chemicals and salts in the Martian soil, which can be really bad for humans. Astronauts could potentially end up being exposed to these toxic chemicals, either through direct contact with the soil or by inhaling dust that contains these salts. Also, these substances could be a problem for growing crops. This is a really big discovery for long-term missions to Mars, because astronauts would need to be able to grow their own food so they can survive while there. Another thing that favors the idea of potential life on Mars is discovering methane there. Methane is a very important finding because usually living organisms produce this gas. So, where did it come from if not from them? In reality, there are a few possible explanations for that. One is the geological activity of underground reservoirs. Another idea is that meteorites brought methane to the red planet. What's interesting is that levels of methane are higher in particular areas. So, yeah, I don't know about you, but I'll stick to the theory that it comes from living organisms. Now, it's possible that volcanoes on Mars are still active. We know there are many extinct volcanoes on the red planet, but we've never found enough evidence to prove that some of them are still alive. Scientists studied volcanic deposits and found out that some volcanoes could have erupted maybe 50,000 years ago. Before that, everyone thought the last eruption happened 3 to 4 billion years ago. If you could compress the geological history of Mars into just one day, this would be like having an eruption a second ago. So, you never know. There might still be magma bubbling in secret under the Martian surface. All the future generations that might end up building their life there could really have some fun. Mars turned into a cold and barren place that can't really support life over time. And one of the main reasons for that was losing its atmosphere. The red planet used to have a much thicker atmosphere, similar to Earth's. One major reason for that is its relatively weak magnetic field. Earth's magnetic field helps protect our atmosphere from the solar wind, a stream of charged particles that comes from the sun. Without this protection, Mars had nothing to help it confront this insanely strong force that eventually took away most of its atmosphere. Another factor that played a big role in the loss of Mars's atmosphere is its relatively low gravity. Because Mars has weaker gravity than Earth, it's easier for gas molecules to escape into space. So Mars probably used to be more similar to our home planet. But with its current thin atmosphere, it can't keep any heat, which makes it very cold and very complicated for us to explore. But maybe it's better for us that we didn't visit the red planet back in its old times. There's this story about an ancient megaflood that might have happened there. So yes, the red planet probably used to be a wetter and more hospitable place than it is today, with beautiful flowing rivers and amazing lakes, ponds, and other bodies of water. And some research showed evidence of large channels carved into the planet's surface. These channels are way bigger than any we previously found on the planet. They suggest this megaflood happened billions of years ago. Perhaps it happened as a result of different factors, like volcanic activity, melting ice, and the release of carbon dioxide from the planet's crust. The flood may have created some temporary pools of water, too. Hopefully, it will mean more interesting clues for finding traces of microbial life. How about that?
These airy objects are called quasars.
They're some of the brightest and most powerful objects in the universe. They lurk in the depths of space, consuming entire galaxies with their insatiable hunger. But what are quasars? Where did they come from? And most importantly, are they dangerous to us? Picture a supermassive black hole, a cosmic monster so massive that it can swallow entire stars and bend the fabric of time. Usually, there's such a black hole in the center of every galaxy. That includes our own Milky Way galaxy. Ours is named Sagittarius A star. Sounds like the name of a hipster coffee shop, but in reality, it's a terrifying celestial body, which is 4 million times heavier than our Sun. You could even see it online. For the first time, we took a photo of this black hole in May 2022. But don't worry. Even though it's supermassive, it's not going to swallow us up anytime soon. This black hole is relatively small, and is too tiny to eat an entire galaxy. So it's more like a cosmic vacuum cleaner that sucks up stars or gas that gets too close. But there are black holes in the centers of galaxies that are way heavier and more dangerous than ours. They can weigh millions or even billions of times more than our own Sun. Now, imagine one of these monsters. Usually they're surrounded by a swirling, glowing disk of gas and dust, like water swirling down a drain. It's called an accretion disk, and it's where the magic of quasars happens. As material from the accretion disk falls toward the center, it heats up to millions of degrees, releasing vast amounts of energy in the form of radiation. And this radiation is what we observe as a quasar. So basically, the more material a black hole can consume from its surroundings, the brighter its quasar will be. This is what makes them so bright and powerful, shining like beacons in the night sky. And just imagine, some black holes can actually make entire galaxies their meal. Now, combine their ravenous appetite with some intense radiation, and you'll get a truly awe-inspiring display of cosmic power. No wonder we can see them, even though they're some of the most distant objects in the universe. Quasars were discovered in the late 1950s by accident. Astronomers were just chilling and looking at the sky when suddenly they stumbled upon something strange. Radio signals that had no visible source. By 1960, hundreds of these strange objects had been found. Astronomers named them quasars, short for quasi-stellar radio source. These objects were small and far away, but their energy output was immense and difficult to explain. Some thought that these were new types of stars. Others even proposed wild things, like quasars being made of antimatter or being the end of a wormhole. But all these theories were discarded. A scientist named Martin Schmidt was the first one to get to the truth. However, many astronomers didn't believe him. Schmidt had to do a lot of extra work and gather lots of evidence to prove his theory. And finally, he prevailed. And that's how we discovered quasars. Don't you love the scientific method? And since then, astronomers have been captivated by these objects. Why? Because they have some pretty eerie qualities. You could call them quasi-quasars. For example, they kind of defy the laws of physics. They emit jets of particles that travel at speeds close to the speed of light. These particles move so fast that they can even distort the very fabric of space and time. But sometimes, they also help us confirm the laws of physics. Now imagine driving a car. As you drive, objects in the rear window start to appear smaller and smaller until they disappear from view entirely. That's exactly what happens with quasars, except they're moving away from us at incredibly fast speeds, up to 90% the speed of light. Wonder why they're trying so hard to sprint away from us. But in any case, this helps us confirm that the universe does expand for real. Another eerie thing about quasars is that they're incredibly old. Some even date back to the time when galaxies were forming, or to the birth of our universe. Additionally, quasars are some of the most distant objects that we can observe in the universe. Some of them are located billions of light years away from us. This means that when we observe a quasar, we're actually seeing light that was emitted billions of years ago, when the Earth was much younger and different than it is today. And that's why they work like cosmic time capsules. Studying them gives us a glimpse into the distant past. You see, galaxies are like giant cities, with stars and planets serving as the inhabitants. But just like cities evolve over time, galaxies also undergo changes as they age. And that's where quasars come in. They're like the urban planners of the universe. They shape the galaxies through their powerful gravitational influence. By eating galaxies and releasing intense radiation, they can trigger star formation and shape the structure of the galaxy itself. It's like the cosmic equivalent of a master chef, or a leaf blower, you pick. For example, let's take galaxy mergers. Here are two massive entities coming together, swirling and spinning around each other. As they get closer and closer, their gravitational pull becomes stronger, and they start to merge into a new, bigger galaxy. It's a beautiful and dramatic process, one that can take millions of years to complete. But all this doesn't go without consequences. The gas and dust within the galaxies collide, creating massive shockwaves that trigger the birth of new stars and even supermassive black holes. And this is where the quasars come into play. Some quasars may be born during these galactic get-togethers, and thanks to this, they help us study the effects of this process and the evolution of galaxies over time. But it's not all serious science and no fun. For example, how about gravitational lensing? Now, that's something straight out of a sci-fi movie. It happens when the gravity of a massive object, like a quasar, bends the path of light from a more distant object, like a galaxy, behind it. It's like having a really big magnifying glass in space. When you combine a quasar with gravitational lensing, you get some seriously awesome cosmic eye candy. The result is kind of like a funhouse mirror, where objects appear warped and twisted in strange and mesmerizing ways. Gravitational lensing isn't just for show. It's also a powerful tool for astronomers to study the distribution of dark matter and the structure of the universe. And that's not all. Some scientists have proposed that quasars could help us build the map of the universe. They can work like giant neon road signs. Turn left at the quasar and you'll reach your destination. They're like lighthouses that help us navigate through space. By analyzing the light from different quasars, astronomers can determine the distances between them and create a 3D map of the universe. And the best part? Quasars are located throughout the entire universe. That's why this cosmic map can give us a comprehensive view of the universe on a scale that was previously unimaginable. Who knew that a giant galaxy eater could be so useful? There's still a lot we don't know about these mysterious objects. In 2007, a team of astronomers made an astonishing discovery: the first true binary quasar. Basically, this means two huge quasars spiraling around each other. What's more, they were hiding in plain sight. For years, scientists had known about this radio source, but had never realized that it actually comes from one lovely couple. The astronomers also estimated that this pair may have a mass of about 100 billion suns. They're super distant, though, at an astounding 12 billion light-years away from our blue planet. Overall, quasars are a fascinating and complex phenomenon that continues to baffle and intrigue scientists. They may be cosmic galaxy eaters, but they're also playing a critical role in the formation and evolution of the universe. And who knows, maybe one day they'll become one of the keys to unlocking the mysteries of our universe. Oh, you quasars.
During the recent years, scientists made two breakthrough discoveries about our universe. Thanks to new technologies, we've looked into the distant past. And we've learned something that can change our understanding of the universe forever. What are these discoveries and what do they mean to us? Let's find out. Recently, we unveiled the first color image from the James Webb Space Telescope. It's a mind-bending photo capturing thousands of ancient galaxies. This oldest documented light in the history of the universe dates back over 13 billion years. That's just 600 million years after the Big Bang. It's like getting a sneak peek into the universe's baby album. But that was just the beginning. Astronomers were expecting to see some tiny young galaxies, but what they found was a real surprise. Impossibly early, impossibly massive, and all that from just a tiny red dot. The lead author of the study, Ivo Laba, was working at the computer as usual, and suddenly he got two numbers. Age, 13 billion years. Weight, 100 billion stars. When he realized what that meant, he nearly spit out his coffee. But that red dot was just the beginning. The next day they found 5 more galaxies just like this. Turns out, these 6 massive galaxies are as old as the Milky Way itself. The entire research team was in disbelief. They were like, Wait, what? These guys couldn't be that mature so early in time. Did we make a mistake? But nope. The James Webb Space Telescope, the new cool guy on the space block, just has some serious skills. It can see through dust clouds with its infrared vision and spot galaxies that were previously invisible. Move over Hubble. There's a new stargazer in town. But why is it shaking things up so much? Because this discovery affects our understanding of how galaxies formed. Let's try to explain. A long time ago, 13.8 billion years ago to be precise, our universe was born. It was chilling out for a while, and then it started to form the first galaxies. And these galaxies were full of gas and dust. Eventually, this gas started turning into stars. Some galaxies were more massive and had more stars, and some were lighter and had almost no stars at all. In any case, they all grew gradually. The stars in them were born slowly and smoothly. That's how our current models explain this. But these new observations from the James Webb Space Telescope show an unexpected surprise. Looks like, even in the early universe, our ancient friends had lots of stars. More than what we would ever expect. If that's the case, then these galaxies are like the overachievers of the universe. They skipped the small and gradual growth phase and went straight to being giant universe breakers. According to our current cosmological model, they shouldn't even exist. But they do, so it looks like after the Big Bang, the stars were forming much faster than we thought, which is pretty weird. This could mean that there's something missing in our understanding of the galaxy formation. As you can see, these universe breakers are really living up to their name, causing a potential total consensus among scientists. The universe was like, hey, I'm about to flip cosmology models upside down. But let's not jump to conclusions. There are many theories that could explain these mind-boggling discoveries without breaking the standard model. For example, maybe the light we're seeing isn't coming from stars at all, but from the swirling disks of doom around supermassive black holes. These colossal cosmic beasts can gobble up matter and spit out a dazzling light show. And James Webb Telescope's keen eye is picking up on these enigmatic accretion disks like never before. Or maybe these galaxies could be playing hide-and-seek with us. Maybe there's more to the story that we haven't seen yet. After all, the universe is vast and mysterious, and we've only just begun to scratch the surface. And whoa, we really need to slow down here. Before we even try to explain all this stuff, we need to confirm whether these ancient galaxies really are that old. Although even if they're actually just supermassive black holes, it still shows an astounding change. We'll have to wait about a year to find out. One thing's for sure, the James Webb Space Telescope has definitely taught us a valuable lesson. Expect the unexpected. And this is just the beginning of unexpected. Evolaba's team wasn't the only one who made such a huge breakthrough. There's also a team that claims that they've unlocked the secrets of the universe's past, and that's worth 2 Nobel Prizes. Move over James Webb Space Telescope, because this discovery came from an antenna that's smaller than a fridge and costs less than $5 million. Talk about space bargain hunting! The astronomers caught this signal that showed some surprises. It was coming from the earliest stars of our universe, back in the days when they were just beginning to twinkle. Say hi to our celestial ancestors again. Now, the signal was pretty weird. The temperatures were unusually low, and there was a pronounced wave that left astronomers scratching their heads. What could be causing all this? Well, there's a theory. Dark matter may have been at work, and if that's the case, then we can really be on the verge of a great discovery. Imagine you're looking at the night sky filled with stars, but there's something else there that you can't see. It's like an invisible cloak that covers the entire universe. Scientists call this mysterious stuff dark matter. Dark matter is like the ghost of our world. It doesn't emit, absorb, or reflect any light. We can't see it with telescopes or our eyes. That's why we call it dark matter. But if we can't detect it in any way, how do we know it exists? Because of its gravitational pull. One day we noticed that our understanding of how galaxies were created was incorrect. According to our calculations, they should have been some chaotic gas, but something held them together, turning them into spirals, like some kind of invisible glue. Then we thought, maybe this invisible glue really exists. If the moon was invisible, we would still suspect that it exists somewhere because its gravity affects the tides on Earth. This is also the case with dark matter. Its gravity influences the motion of galaxies and other cosmic objects. In fact, dark matter makes up a huge chunk of the universe, about 27% of it. Moreover, the normal matter we can see, like stars, planets, and galaxies, only make up about 5% of the universe. So even though we can't see dark matter, there's actually more of it in the universe than everything we can see. Scientists are still trying to figure out if dark matter exists and what it can be made of. Some theories suggest that it could be made up of exotic particles that are different from the particles that we're used to. Others think that it might be some kind of weird, undiscovered form of matter that doesn't interact with light at all. Anyway, it's an intriguing mystery, and if we ever confirm the existence of dark matter, our understanding of our world will change forever. So now you can understand why the excitement in the scientific community is palpable. If this discovery is confirmed, then we will get the first real proof of dark matter. This discovery may be even more important than the Big Bang itself because, as astronomers put it, we are made of star stuff, and so we are glimpsing at our origin. But of course, we still have to wait and explore all this in great detail. In science, one should never rush to conclusions. And while scientists study this stuff, we'll be here, on the edge of our seats waiting for the next space blockbuster to unfold. The universe never ceases to amaze us with its wonders. Who knew that such a small and humble antenna could unlock such cosmic secrets? It just goes to show that in the vastness of space, even the tiniest discoveries can have the biggest impact. Keep looking up, and who knows what other cosmic surprises are waiting to be uncovered.
They aren't supposed to exist. No one expected to find them. Scientists can't explain how they formed. And still, the James Webb Space Telescope has found them. These 6 galaxies, as massive as our home Milky Way, are full of mature red stars. They're so far away from us that they look like tiny reddish dots, even to this extremely powerful telescope. Astronomers have analyzed the light coming from these galaxies and estimated their age. They appeared 500 to 700 million years after the Big Bang. So far, nothing surprising. Galaxies that young aren't exactly rare. Scientists think that our first star clusters could have sprung up soon after the universe left the so-called Dark Ages. Those were the first 400 million years of its existence. At that time, only a thick fog of hydrogen atoms filled the cosmos. What is extremely bizarre about these galaxies is their tremendous size and the age of the stars inhabiting them. But this doesn't coincide with the existing ideas about what the universe looked like and how it evolved in its early years. Plus, it doesn't match with earlier observations made by the Hubble Space Telescope, Webb's less powerful predecessor. So, according to scientists, what are early galaxies supposed to look like? The answer is simple: young and small. And indeed, previously, most early universe galaxies we found were just space babies, blue and small. They seem to have appeared out of the primordial cosmic soup just recently, and were still building their early stars and other structures. Most young stars are actually blue. As they age, they acquire a reddish glow after burning through their star fuel and cooling down. That's why astronomers were not ready to see old red stars in those ancient galaxies Webb telescope was built to discover. Another thing they weren't ready to spot was galaxies more massive than 1 billion suns, and still, it happened. The most massive galaxies discovered recently seem to have masses just twice or 4 times lower than that of the Milky Way. And the most astounding thing here is that these galaxies were already that big when the universe was a mere 3% of its current age. But before astronomers start rewriting their theories, trying to explain how such huge galaxies formed so fast after the Big Bang, we need to make sure that what we're looking at isn't some other space phenomenon. Even so, most alternative theories need totally new concepts as well. One of them goes like this. Perhaps stars in the early universe emit light in some unusual, exotic way. And since astronomers didn't know about it, they didn't include this possibility in their models. Or our understanding of how stars form might be inapplicable to the early universe. If any of these theories turns out to be true, it'll overturn our understanding of star formation altogether. Now, how about we talk about the device that helped astronomers to discover those bizarre galaxies? The James Webb Space Telescope is an absolutely stunning piece of equipment, which is around 100 times more powerful than the Hubble Space Telescope. And the latter has observed places that are 13.4 billion light-years away. The James Webb Telescope is also on the pricey side, to put it mildly. Even though originally, the cost of the telescope was estimated to be just 1 to 3.5 billion. The whole development process cost around $10 billion. For comparison, it cost NASA $4.7 billion to build and launch the Hubble telescope. It was another $1.1 billion to fix it in orbit. Even though the James Webb Space Telescope itself is 3 stories high and the size of a tennis court, its mirrors are the lightest large telescope mirrors of all time. During the manufacturing process, they underwent a 92% reduction in weight. When you look at them, the telescope's mirrors seem to be gold, but in reality, they're made of beryllium. This is a steel gray, lightweight, and brittle metal. A gold coating is applied to each mirror, that's true, but they can't be produced entirely out of gold, since this precious metal tends to expand and contract, even with small temperature changes. So, the total amount of gold in the James Webb Space Telescope is less than 2 ounces. That's a golf ball-sized piece of gold. And the gold plates covering the mirror are only 1,000 atoms thick. As for the telescope's abilities, it would be able to clearly see a US penny from 24 miles away and a football from 340 miles away. James Webb's telescope side is cooling itself down, and its temperature doesn't rise higher than -370 degrees Fahrenheit. That's cool enough to make liquid nitrogen. A truly enormous 5-layered sun shield surrounds the telescope and reflects away as much sunlight as possible, letting the telescope stay cool. JWST is believed to be able to detect water on distant exoplanets. For a long time, astronomers have been discovering planets orbiting stars outside of the solar system by monitoring slight dips in stars' light. Such dips happen when planets pass in front of them. Plus, it's possible to read unique signatures in the light. This can tell us about a planet's chemical composition. And the strongest and most readable signatures happen within the infrared spectrum. And guess what? James Webb has state-of-the-art infrared instruments. They can help scientists spot new planets and even identify the presence of water there. The telescope was launched near the equator because Earth spins a bit faster there. And this gave the rocket some extra push. When the James Webb Space Telescope runs out of fuel, it'll keep orbiting the Sun indefinitely. On the other hand, even though the telescope wasn't actually designed to be serviced or upgraded, it might potentially be refueled with the help of robots. This would extend its lifespan. Interestingly, at first, astronomers were sure that finding something exciting with the help of James Webb would take time. They thought that the first discovered galaxies would be so small and dim that the telescope would only find some remote candidates at best. But it didn't go as planned. As soon as the first images were released, scientists started finding countless galaxies, bright, large, and impressively old. The competition is still on. One research group after another spots new record-breaking worlds. One astronomer even said that the scientific world was freaking out since no one had actually expected such impressive results. One of the main goals of the Webb telescope is to observe the light from the very first stars and galaxies in the universe. Unfortunately, the farther away an object is, the faster it's moving away from us. And the longer the light has to travel, the more it stretches towards the infrared side of the spectrum. This is called redshifting in astronomy. But thanks to its infrared equipment, James Webb can reveal previously invisible worlds to us. So, thanks to this telescope, we've managed to see incredibly distant galaxies that were born around 3.8 billion years ago. It means that the light JWST detected took more than 13 billion years to reach Earth. Can you imagine that? But one of these galaxies stands out from the rest. It appears to be the oldest galaxy astronomers have discovered so far. It's called Glass Z13, and it dates back to a mere 300 million years after the Big Bang. The previous oldest galaxy scientists identified was found by the Hubble Space Telescope, and it dates back to 400 million years after the Big Bang. During that scarcely probed era, the very first galaxies and stars started to appear. But how exactly did this process unfold? No one knows for sure, yet. It might have depended on the laws of some exotic physics, including the influence of dark matter and dark energy, or some poorly investigated communication between gas, dust, and starlight. With the help of the Webb telescope, scientists can now test their theories about what was happening out there after the birth of the universe.
Prepare for blastoff, because there's some exciting news from NASA coming our way. Care to look into the fascinating world of Saturn's moon, Titan? NASA's groundbreaking Dragonfly rotorcraft lander is set to take off in 2027, looking to explore this mysterious space object. Now let me introduce you to Titan. It's an icy celestial body with an atmosphere filled with nitrogen, and it might even have an underground ocean. Titan is also home to rivers and lakes that flow on its surface. But guess what? They're not filled with water like our lovely planet. They have methane instead. Now let's check out Titan's celestial credentials. It's not just any moon. It's the second largest in our entire solar system. It's only 2% smaller than the biggest moon we have hanging around our neighborhood, which is Jupiter's Ganymede. Titan's size even puts Mercury to shame. And did I mention that its atmosphere is 4 times denser than that of Earth's? Thanks to Titan's lower gravity and thick atmosphere, Dragonfly is the perfect robotic companion to uncover its hidden treasures. Let's move on to Dragonfly, the star of NASA's upcoming mission to Titan. This cosmic drone is not your average explorer. Equipped with a full array of interesting gadgets, Dragonfly is like a flying laboratory, ready to uncover more secrets of Titan. It's the first interplanetary rotorcraft lander probe, designed to take us on an epic journey of discovery. And don't let its name fool you. Dragonfly won't just buzz around aimlessly. This technological marvel is able to glide for several miles between different locations on Titan's surface. Think of it as a cosmic Uber service for scientists. And speaking of technology, Dragonfly is carrying some seriously cool equipment. It'll feature the Drill for Acquisition of Complex Organics, DRACO, instrument, which will help us scoop out material from Titan, while the Dragonfly Mass Spectrometer, DRAMS, will analyze what these samples are made of. But how did we stumble upon Titan? It was March 25th, 1655, when a Dutch astronomer was out there with his telescope, exploring the cosmos. Lo and behold, he spotted something amazing. It was Titan, the biggest moon of Saturn. Fast forward almost 300 years to 1944, when another cool astronomer jumped into the picture. He was doing some experiments with light when he figured out that Titan actually has its very own atmosphere. There's more to this story. In 1979, the Pioneer 11 spacecraft decided to take a joyride through the Saturn system. It confirmed all the cool things scientists had previously speculated about Titan, like its temperature and mass. However, there was one tiny mistake. Those sneaky scientists thought Titan might be the biggest moon in the entire solar system. Oops, wrong guess. Nevertheless, Titan had this mysterious, dense atmosphere that kept everyone on their toes. Now let's zoom in on the 1980s, when the Voyager 1 and 2 spacecraft make their grand entrance. These cosmic explorers flew past Saturn, and they wanted to get a good look at Titan's surface. That's when Titan decided to play a game of hide-and-seek with them. Its hazy atmosphere made it impossible to see what was going on down there. So all the Voyagers managed to capture were images of a lonely orange world. However, they did spot a fancy blue haze hanging out in the upper atmosphere. Things started to get really exciting in the 1990s. The Hubble Space Telescope joined the party and decided to take some cool snapshots of Titan using special infrared light. This clever device managed to pierce through the haze, and voila! The Hubble images revealed differently colored areas on Titan, almost like a giant cosmic chessboard. We now know that there's even a bright spot as wide as Australia down there. However, despite these fantastic pictures, the mystery of what lay beneath Titan's haze was still unsolved. It was 2004 when the stage was set for Cassini and its European sidekick, the Huygens probe. They were like the ultimate dynamic duo, ready to take on Saturn. Cassini started orbiting the ringed planet and immediately focused its attention on Titan. The big moment finally arrived. On January 14, 2005, the Huygens probe pierced through Titan's atmosphere. During its descent, Huygens collected all sorts of amazing data, snapping images and analyzing the atmosphere. The probe then transmitted this valuable information back to Cassini, which, like a cosmic courier, sent it to us eagerly waiting Earthlings. Over the next 13 years, Cassini flew close to Titan over 100 times, using all sorts of fancy instruments to get a good look at the moon's surface and atmosphere. Scientists could finally confirm that Titan had clouds, lakes, and rivers, and there was also some rain pouring down its surface. Thankfully for us, Titan isn't the only moon in our solar system that could technically harbor life. Take the wondrous moon of Neptune called Triton. For starters, it's the largest moon of Neptune, but it's also a real oddball. Among the many moons out there, only 5 are known to be geologically active. And guess what? Triton is proudly part of this exclusive club. It loves to show off its geysers, which spew nitrogen gas. Picture Triton as a fashionista in an icy ensemble. Its surface is mainly frozen nitrogen, giving it a chill, frosty vibe. You might want to bring a warm coat if you ever visit. Now, you may be wondering how Triton manages to keep warm in such a frigid environment. Well, it's got a secret weapon called tidal forces. Imagine Triton and Neptune engaged in a cosmic dance, creating gravitational friction. This dance seems to generate some heat, helping to warm up Triton's waters. With all this talk about heat, you might be getting excited about the possibility of life on Triton. However, finding life on this moon is about as likely as finding a unicorn riding a skateboard. Voyager 2, the only mission to ever fly by Triton, made its journey back in 1989. And if you're hoping for another mission to Triton anytime soon, well, let's just say the stars aren't aligning in our favor, literally. The window for a mission to Triton opens up only once every 13 years, because our planet and Jupiter need to be perfectly aligned for the landing to work. Scientists would use the gravitational pull of the largest planet in our solar system to safely deliver a probe on Triton. Now, let's address the elephant in the room, or should I say, the polar bear. It's so cold on Triton that hopes for life to survive unfrozen are about as slim as a toothpick. Sorry, potential little microbes. You might need a few extra sweaters to set up shop down there. Even though Triton may not be the most welcoming place for life, it's still a celestial gem worth exploring. Scientists also believe Triton wasn't always a part of Neptune's crew. As it turns out, Triton was most likely just minding its business, hanging around aimlessly in the distant Kuiper Belt. Along came Neptune with its mighty gravitational pull and snatched Triton right out, officially making it a moon of its own. Just like our trusty satellite, Triton is also stuck in a permanent face-off with Neptune. One side of Triton always has its eyes locked on the planet. As for this amazing moon's fate, things aren't looking so good in the long run. It's already getting closer and closer to Neptune every day. Why is that, you might wonder? The problem is with those tidal interactions, which are playing some cosmic tricks on Triton. They're causing its orbit to wither away, like a slow-motion dance towards Neptune. Scientists predict that in about 3.6 billion years, Triton will cross an invisible boundary. If these current calculations are correct, there are two possible scenarios. It'll either have a collision with Neptune's atmosphere, or it might just break up into tiny pieces. If the latter happens, an all-new ring system would form around Neptune, just like the one we see around Saturn nowadays. Triton is not the only satellite that might end up this way. Phobos, one of the Martian moons, is likely to disintegrate too, and sooner, in 30 to 50 million years.
Hundreds of millions of rocks orbit the Sun within the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, but only some of them come relatively close to Earth. NASA classifies asteroids orbiting within 30 million miles of our planet as near-Earth objects, and inside this group, there are particularly worrisome objects. Those are so large and orbit so closely to our home planet that they could turn into a real threat to the world should a direct collision occur. At the moment, NASA is keeping a close eye on an asteroid named Bennu. It's a fairly large space object that might smash into our planet in 159 years. According to the experts, the asteroid, which was first spotted in 1999, is quite likely to drift into the orbit of our planet. If it happens, it might collide with Earth by the 24th of September, 2182. Asteroid Bennu is thought to be taller than the Empire State Building. If that hits our planet, the collision will release 1,200 megatons of energy. That's an enormous amount of energy that nothing built on Earth could produce. Scientists from NASA believe that during the flyby in the 22nd century, there's a tiny chance that the asteroid will pass through a gravitational keyhole. That's a region of space that might set the space traveler on a certain path, which could result in the asteroid crashing into Earth. Bennu flies by our planet every 6 years. It has had 3 close encounters with Earth, in 1999, 2005, and 2011. These days, scientists estimate the chance of the asteroid hitting our planet by 2182 as 1 in 2,700. That's more than 5 times a person's chance of being struck by lightning. But even though Bennu's chance of colliding with Earth are quite low at the moment, the space rock has still been categorized as a, quote, potentially hazardous asteroid, all because it might come as close as 4.65 million miles from Earth. That's the reason why it's also classified as a near-Earth object. Bennu is a carbon-rich asteroid that was formed in the first 10 million years of the history of the solar system. That's around 4.5 billion years ago. No wonder this space body holds precious clues to the origin and development of the rocky planets of our solar system, which are, as you recall, Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. Even better, it may contain organic molecules, similar to those that are crucial for life to evolve. In 2020, NASA's OSIRIS-REx managed to briefly touch the surface of the asteroid. It collected some samples and propelled off the space rock afterward. For NASA, it was the first mission of this kind. But it won't probably come as a surprise that Bennu isn't the only asteroid we should worry about. Asteroid 99942, Apophis, is another space body we'd better watch out for. It's a near-Earth object about 1,100 feet across. It was discovered in 2004, and at first, it was identified as one of the most dangerous asteroids ever detected. Apophis gained notoriety very fast. It was believed to pose a serious threat to Earth. Experts predicted that it would come uncomfortably close to our planet in 2029. Luckily, after a more careful examination of Apophis and its orbit, Astronomers concluded that there was no risk of the asteroid colliding with our planet for at least a century. The risk of an impact in 2029 was ruled out completely, as well as the potential impact that could be caused by the asteroid's close approach in 2036. Interestingly, until March 2021, there was a small chance of a collision in 2068. But then Apophis made a flyby of Earth, and astronomers took this chance to use powerful radars to estimate the asteroid's orbit around the Sun more precisely. This allowed them to rule out any impact risk for at least the next 100 years. Now, the reason why such discoveries make us so worried is that even a relatively small asteroid, the size of a house, can wreak havoc upon colliding with our planet. And if an asteroid is larger than 0.6 miles across, astronomers call it a planet destroyer. The impact energy released by such an asteroid after striking Earth could be devastating. That's why knowing where such asteroids are and in what direction they're moving is crucial. The problem is that our capability to protect the planet from asteroid impacts is not top-notch yet. If such a catastrophe was about to occur, we would need some time to prepare, because an asteroid collision is no joke. Probably the most well-known asteroid impact site is the Chicxulub crater. It's the evidence of the terrifying collision that led to the extinction of dinosaurs. Strangely, this crater isn't very visible, but some others are. For example, Barringer Crater in Arizona, which is also called Meteor Crater. It looks rather blood-chilling when you think about the collision that led to its appearance. In any case, we now know that space rocks hit not only the Earth but also the Moon, Mercury, and Mars. No rocky planet in the solar system is safe from asteroid impacts. That's why we have an entire scientific enterprise whose goal is to find and catalog the asteroid population of the solar system. Now, it might sound a bit scary, but there are around 25,000 asteroids larger than 460 feet in diameter near the orbit of our planet. Such a space rock is large enough to wipe an entire city off the face of the Earth. So far, less than 50% of such asteroids have been detected and tracked. There are also an estimated 230,000 objects equal to or larger than 160 feet in size. Those are capable of destroying a concentrated urban area, and still fewer than 8% of those have been detected. There are also tens of millions of smaller near-Earth objects. They are larger than 33 feet across and might cause some surface damage. Less than 1% of such small space bodies have been discovered so far. Now, the thing is, the inner solar system is extremely challenging for asteroid search. Each night, there are only 2 10-minute windows when astronomers can observe the region, all because the sun's glare creates a very bright background glow. Plus, the atmosphere of our planet also distorts and blurs observations. Spotting asteroids in such conditions is beyond the capabilities of most telescopes. A unique instrument is needed to fulfill this task, and the tool of choice is the Dark Energy Camera at Cerro Tololo Inter-American Observatory in Chile. This device wasn't designed to hunt asteroids. Researchers built it to search for another elusive target, dark energy, the mysterious force driving the expansion of the universe. The DEC is supposed to observe hundreds of millions of galaxies. That's why it's both wide and deep. This way, it can both peer deep into the universe and capture a wide field of view, which helps it record the motions of galaxies and the conditions in the early age of the universe. But it also means that the DEC is perfectly suited to spotting asteroids near the Sun. Inner asteroids are rare, and deep images are necessary because such asteroids are faint. Scientists need to be able to fight both the bright twilight sky near our star and the distorting effect of Earth's atmosphere, and the DEC can help them achieve their goal. The Dark Energy Camera was built to carry out the Dark Energy Survey, which finished in 2019. Now astronomers can direct the power of the camera towards other tasks. They claim that the DEC's survey is one of the most sensitive searches ever performed for objects near Venus's orbit and within the orbit of our planet. It provides us a great chance to find out what kinds of objects are lurking in the inner solar system.
This planet is as light as that piece of fluff stuck to your sweater. In the scientific world, it's called WASP 193b, but let's call it the Cotton Candy Planet. It's located around 1,200 light-years away from us. Sure thing we'll never see it with our own eyes, but scientists say the Cotton Candy Planet is pretty much Jupiter's bigger, bouncier cousin, 50% more massive. It has an extremely low density combined with other factors, such as high temperatures and the infrared brightness of its host star, that make it look special. May I have a close-up here, please? Thank you. See how fluffy it is? Right now, you understand that it would be impossible to stand on its surface. Anyways, it's not often that you meet something like WASP 193b at a planetary party. Such planets might be fluffy because they're getting cooked by their parent stars, puffing up like a marshmallow that's seen too much campfire action. But the thing is, if you're that close to your star and mostly made of a hydrogen-helium cocktail, you're not gonna keep your puffiness for long. It's like trying to hold on to a balloon during a hurricane. Exoplanets like this fluffy guy here are pretty rare, but there's also WASP 100-07b, and it looks squishy too. This one kicks back 200 light-years from us, and it chose the constellation of Virgo as its official residence. From some perspective, you might say that this planet is a copycat of Earth. It has helium, and its atmosphere contains sulfur dioxide. There's some resemblance for sure, but WASP 100-07b has the density of a marshmallow. It means we can snoop through its atmosphere easier than we could with a heavyweight like Jupiter. Scientists were beyond surprised when they peered through their super space goggles, the James Webb Space Telescope's MIRI-cam. They spotted clouds made of the stuff that builds beaches, silicate, or as you might know it, sand. Imagine sandcastles in the sky. Those sound clouds are way up there in the penthouse suite of WASP 100-07b's atmosphere, where the thermostat reads a breezy 932 degrees Fahrenheit. Normally, you'd need 1,832 degrees Fahrenheit to cook up this kind of cloud, so scientists are scratching their heads. How did those grainy puffs get all the way up there? Turns out, WASP 100-07b might be running its own sandy water cycle, but with scorching silicates instead of H2O. Silicate particles get whooshed up from the sizzling lower levels by some sort of cosmic elevator, and then they cool off, party together as clouds, and sprinkle down a silicate drizzle. Nobody's packing sunscreen for this kind of sandstorm, though. Now look at this Kepler planet family located in the Kepler 51 star system. This cosmic three-pack hangs around 2,400 light-years away, looking huge but having the same density as your favorite snack. And it's cotton candy yet again. Scientists have been digging into what these space treats are made of. They now believe these puffball planets are big hydrogen-helium gas balloons with a generous smearing of methane haze. It also turns out these planets might be going through a cosmic downsize. Now, let's talk about a planet called Mascara 5b. Nope, it doesn't look like one of those cosmetic tubes from your mom's drawer. Scientists say it's one of the hottest planets ever discovered. They call it an ultra-hot Jupiter, showing off its impressive size, almost twice as big as our very own Jupiter. The dayside temperature is around a scorching 4,892 degrees Fahrenheit, while the night side hits 4,172 degrees Fahrenheit. No chance for any sort of life to survive out there. Actually, it's the second hottest nightside temperature ever recorded. To put it in perspective, the temperature of molten lava sits between 1,292 degrees Fahrenheit and 2,282 degrees Fahrenheit. So, the planet is a whole lot hotter than this scorching liquid rock. Its temperatures even surpass the melting point of most metals, which is around 3,632 degrees Fahrenheit. Scientists mention that the insane heat on this planet is comparable to the exhaust of a rocket engine. Back in 2005, one famous star called... Wait, is that a name or a phone number? Whatever. So, turns out this star has a hot sister, and they have very similar names.
this hot sister has B at the end. Well, this place looks like something from a sci-fi movie as it rocks a mesmerizing blue marble vibe, according to NASA. Such an appearance results from an atmosphere packed with hazy clouds laced with glass. The rain on this planet is glass-filled precipitation that likes to fall sideways, thanks to fierce winds blowing at a speed of 5,400 miles per hour. And yeah, it's the hot sister for a reason. Scientists have measured the daytime temperatures in this nightmarish world. It's around 1,700 degrees Fahrenheit. So when it rains on this planet, it's more like molten glass pouring down instead of your typical waterworks. You may not know it, but space is swarming with wasps. I'm talking about planets called WASP. Meet WASP 76b. This sizzling hot Jupiter-like planet is so out of this world, it rains iron at night there. The daytime side is no less of a fiery nightmare. The temperature there is about 4,300 degrees Fahrenheit. WASP 76b may be slightly smaller than Jupiter, but don't underestimate its grandeur. This fireball is located 640 light-years away from Earth. And its terrifying climate is the result of one seriously extreme orbit. You see, these gas giants are fittingly known as hot Jupiters. They like to keep it hot, so they orbit way too close to their scorching host stars. In this case, WASP 76b is nearly 10 times closer to its star than Mercury is to our Sun. That's way too close for comfort, leaving this rebellious planet tidally locked to the star. So, while one side basks in eternal light, the other is trapped in perpetual darkness. 55 Cancri E is a total gem. It's the raddest super-Earth ever spotted. Scientists initially believed it was packed with so much carbon that its insides were blinged out with diamonds, thanks to insane pressure and sizzling temperatures of 4,892 degrees Fahrenheit. But researchers put a dent in the diamond hype, showing there was actually less carbon than we had originally thought. Well, diamonds aren't actually that rare and expensive after all. They're just well marketed. The last destination for today is GJ 1214b, located 40 light-years away from Earth. This planet is like a supersized Earth, almost 3 times bigger in diameter and a whopping 7 times heavier. It orbits around its red dwarf star faster than you can finish a pizza, finishing a complete loop every 38 hours. But it's not just the planet's size or orbit that's out of this world. It's pretty hot out there, with mind-melting 450 degrees Fahrenheit. But the coolest thing is that this planet is practically drowning in water. The sizzling temperatures and crazy high pressures on GJ 1214b create some super cool materials like hot ice and superfluid water. Superfluidity is something that happens in liquid helium when it's almost as cold as it can get. On Earth, water totally missed the memo on being superfluid because it needs ridiculously low temperatures and off-the-chart pressures to pull off that trick. Still, there's not much use in superfluid water. Even if you try it, you'll just get dehydrated.
A new super-Earth has been spotted by astronomers, and it's quite intriguing. This planet, called TOI 715b, is about 1.5 the size of Earth, which is why it's called the super-Earth. It's also relatively close to us in space terms, only 137 light-years away. For comparison, most exoplanets are hundreds of light-years away, and all the interesting stuff, like black holes and nebulas, are usually more than thousands of light-years away from us. So, could it be habitable? The habitable zone is an estimate of where a planet might have the right conditions for liquid water. This is what we call some distance from the star, where the temperatures on the planet should be okay-ish, and water should stay liquid on its surface. It's not super precise because it depends on a bunch of factors like the type of star, how reflective the planet is, its size, and so on. Also, just being in this zone isn't enough for water to actually be there. The planet also needs the right kind of atmosphere and a few other things. So, we invented a stricter definition in 2014 the conservative habitable zone. It's a more precise term defining the best candidates that have liquid water. Otherwise, we get too many potentially habitable planets that are not actually habitable at all. The CHZ is based on how much energy a planet gets from its star compared to Earth. If a rocky planet gets between 40 to 85%, it's considered to be in the CHZ, no matter how far away it is from its star. These planets have a higher chance of being habitable. And yes, TOI 715b is located there. This super-Earth orbits the M-type star, also called red dwarf. It's a star that's much smaller and cooler than our Sun, about a quarter of the Sun's size and mass. But if the planet is located in the habitable zone, it's actually a better option for life. Red dwarfs live much longer than our Sun, a yellow dwarf. This also means that they have more time to form little creatures on their planets. And this red dwarf really is older than our star. Our Sun is 4.6 billion years old, and this star is 6.6 billion years old, give or take a few hundred million. It doesn't have much magnetic activity, so it's not dangerous. It doesn't flare up like younger red dwarfs. These flares can be super strong and might even hurt planets by taking away their atmospheres. Although some planets around it do have thinner atmospheres, it seems like this red dwarf has already gone all out. These red dwarfs are where we're looking for planets that could support life right now. Our super-Earth is really close to its star, zooming around it in just 19 days. Since the star is small and the planet is so close, the planet passing in front of its star happens a lot and looks really clear. This makes it easy for telescopes like the James Webb to study its atmosphere without needing too much time. Now, speaking of the James Webb Space Telescope, it's bringing us into a new era of understanding distant planets beyond our solar system. Imagine being able to see what gases make up the air on a planet millions of light years away. James Webb will help us to find worlds that could support life. Right now, it's trying to figure out whether TOI 715b has an atmosphere. If it does, its atmosphere might be easier to spot compared to a planet that's drier and denser. And then we might get even more height because it would look like a good place for life. On top of all that, there might be another planet in this system, also in the habitable zone. We're not sure whether it's really there, it's just a candidate with a crazy name. But if it turns out to be real, it would be about the size of Earth. Also, it would be the smallest planet in the habitable zone ever spotted by the TESS telescope. Now, another cool thing about TOI 715b is that it cannot just have water on it, but be an entire water world. An ocean planet is a type of planet that has an ocean covering its surface or has subsurface oceans. They might not have much dry land because the water can cover everything. Sometimes the entire planet can be covered in other liquids, like lava or ammonia. When it comes to planets outside our solar system, we can't see surface water directly with our current technology. Instead, scientists look for water vapor in the atmosphere as a hint there might be liquid water below. And of course, we wonder if these planets can have life, hopefully not in the form of Leviathan-like monsters. Our models show that planets with oceans might be pretty common in our galaxy. This means there could be lots of ocean worlds out there waiting to be discovered. But the most important part about TOI 715b is that it's in the so-called small planet radius gap. If we give the planets a lineup, there will be those that are bigger and smaller than Earth. But there's a sudden gap in planets that are about from 1.5 to 2 times bigger than ours. Where are they? This gap is interesting to scientists because it tells us something about how planets form and change over time. It's not that planets don't form in this size range. They actually start off larger and then lose some of their mass, like a balloon gradually deflating. Perhaps it happens because of how they orbit their stars, with stars blowing away some of their mass as they dance around it, as our Sun does with gas from comet tails. This gap holds a lot of mystery, and planets like our new super-Earth are clues that could help us unravel it. We aren't sure whether it exists around red dwarfs. Maybe it's a gap in how dense these planets are rather than in their actual size. So studying our discovered planet is even more interesting. It'll help us learn more about distant stars and their planets. Now, I mentioned TESS a while back. NASA's TESS, Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite, has been in space for 6 years now and has been incredibly successful. NASA launched TESS because we already found over 5,000 planets orbiting other stars, mainly thanks to the Kepler telescope. But Kepler mostly found large planets, not necessarily like Earth. We decided to focus TESS on finding smaller Earth-like planets around nearby bright stars, making them easier to study with future telescopes. Here's how it works. The camera observes stars and looks for changes in their brightness. If the brightness suddenly drops for a while and then gets back, it could mean there is a planet passing in front of it. But stars can dim for other reasons too. For example, flaring up or having dark spots on their surface, which is why we need to be careful with this data. TESS shows us the size and orbit of these planets. Then ground telescopes help determine their mass. With these 3 parameters, we can figure out what the planets are made of and if they're rocky like Earth or gassy like Jupiter. Yeah, you want to avoid Jupiter after taco night. One example of TESS's discoveries was the TOI 700 system. There, it discovered its first ever Earth-like planet, TOI 700d. This exoplanet also orbited a red dwarf, and it's even closer to us, about 100 light-years away. Unfortunately, it's unlikely to be habitable because the temperatures there are crazy. Another big discovery was made in the AU microscopy system. TESS discovered a planet about 4 times the size of Earth and another nearly 3 times Earth's size. This system has become a key area for studying how stars and planets form and change over time. TESS has also spotted a variety of other exciting finds, including supernova, hot worlds, and so on. And as it enters its 6th year, we can only expect more exciting findings to come. You know what? 8 out of 10 people worldwide can't see the Milky Way anymore. And in just 100 years, it might turn into a forgotten tale from the past. It's not that the galaxy is disappearing, but that the cosmos is fading from view. Back in our grandparents' day, they could look up and see this vibrant tapestry of stars. But nowadays, we're lucky if we can even count them on one hand. This has nothing to do with nature. It's all because of the creeping threat of something called light pollution. Next time you walk around a big city after dark, take a moment to notice the large number of street lights, neon billboards, and office buildings shining all night long. Those endless city lights create an artificial brightness that competes with the natural glow of the stars. This is light pollution, and it's getting worse. Every year, Earth gets 10% brighter. That means if someone is born today in an area where you can typically see around 250 stars, when they reach 18, they'll only be able to see about 100 of them. Unfortunately, that's already a problem in big cities, where looking up at the stars is becoming something that you can only do in planetariums. It's gotten to a point where, during an earthquake that knocked out the power in Los Angeles in the 90s, many residents called emergency centers to report a massive silvery cloud in the night sky. But what they were actually seeing, perhaps for the first time, was the Milky Way. When you look at Earth from space, you can see vast areas of North America, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia all lit up. Singapore, Qatar, and Kuwait are some of the most light-polluted countries. On the flip side, remote places like Siberia, the Sahara, and the Amazon rainforest are in total darkness. Light pollution shows up in many forms. First, there is glare, like when you're driving and those bright lights literally make your eyes hurt, leaving you very uncomfortable. Then there is clutter, like Times Square with its crazy mishmash of different bright lights all over the place. Light trespass is when light sneaks into places it shouldn't, like a streetlight shining right into your bedroom. And finally, there is over-illumination, which is just using way too much artificial light for no good reason, like keeping all the office lights on throughout the night when no one is even there. All these forms of light pollution aren't just stealing the beauty of the night sky, They're also interfering with astronomical studies. When we rely too heavily on artificial lights, it messes up the work of Earth-based telescopes. And when that equipment can't do their job properly, we end up needing even more expensive space telescopes like Hubble and James Webb. And let's face it, that costs us billions. Turning night into day actually affects all of us, not just astronomers. Nighttime light messes with our sleep schedule and our body's internal clock. This clock keeps things like brain activity, hormone levels, and cell functions on track. So when it's disrupted, it can lead to serious issues like depression, insomnia, heart problems, or worse. One key process that gets messed up is the production of melatonin, a hormone that kicks in when it's dark. Too much light at night lowers melatonin levels, leading to stress, anxiety, headaches, and sleep deprivation. Blue light is the main villain here. You might think that turning on night mode and getting that orange glow in your phone screen is enough, but it's not. Blue light is also present in LED bulbs, the kind we use at home and in city lighting, because they're cheap and energy efficient. My point is that blue light is basically everywhere, and it's a real challenge to avoid it completely. This is also a big part of why we're not entirely sure how bad light pollution is nowadays. I mean, some statistics suggest that this issue increased by 49% over 25 years, up to 2017. But the real figure may be even higher. The thing is, blue light has shorter wavelengths, and the satellites we depend on today struggle to detect it accurately, meaning they don't quite capture the full extent of the light pollution caused by LED lights. Animals are lost and confused too. Their sleep patterns are also affected. A study from Germany revealed that blackbirds in urban areas are getting active much earlier than those in natural habitats. They wake up and start singing up to 5 hours sooner than their country cousins. Migration behaviors are messed up, especially for birds like sparrows and thrushes who travel at night. You see, they rely on the moon and stars as their internal GPS. So you can imagine how disoriented they get when they spot something like Las Vegas's massive sphere, lit up by 1.2 million LED bulbs. The intense brightness hides stars and disrupts their navigation across thousands of miles and continents. And it's not just that. Artificial lighting is unfortunately causing more birds to crash into skyscrapers and high-rise buildings. Insects, like mosquitoes, are also affected by light pollution. Yep, they're kind of gross, so it might not bug you if they're attracted to artificial lights and meet their fate. But remember, they're a crucial food source for many animals, like bats or frogs, so disrupting their populations could throw off entire food chains. Nighttime lights are causing problems underwater as well. Marine creatures near brightly lit panels off the Welsh coast are changing their behaviors, and fewer sea squirts and sea bristles are hanging out near those lights. Another example involves sea turtles. They typically lay their eggs on beaches and often return to the same spots for years. But when those beaches are too bright at night, female turtles might become confused and decide not to lay their eggs there. Now, do we really need all this light? It's hard to say. Some people might feel safer at night, while others think the opposite. You see, it's usually the glare that messes up our sight. Here's an example. If there's a super bright lamp blocking our view, say at a gate, we can't see anything but the light. But check this out. If we partially cover the light with our hands, suddenly we can spot an intruder. Wow. What I mean is that more lamps don't always mean more safety. It's all about using them the right way, and doing things like dimming lights can actually enhance security. Plus, it could save you some cash. Speaking of which, light waste has a pretty big impact on the economy. Take a Cobra Head streetlight, for instance. The light projected directly by it is only 30% of the total light it emits. In the US alone, roughly 1/3 of the light at night goes to waste, and that adds up to a staggering annual cost of $2.2 billion. Electric lights aren't all bad, of course. They have done some good stuff for us, like making our days longer so we can get more done and have some fun after work. But we can totally minimize this issue. Turning off all the lights would be awesome, but let's be real, that is very difficult, if not impossible these days. So, what can we do? Get those fancy controls like dimmers, timers, and motion sensors to make sure our lights are super efficient. Go for warmer colored lamps instead of those harsh blue ones. Oh, and consider using fully shielded light fixtures, like those cool vintage table lamps. They direct the light down where you need it, so you don't get that annoying glare or light scattering everywhere. Plus, when you cut down on wasted light, you're not just helping out the planet, you're also saving some cash on your electric bill. Talk about a win-win.
Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here.
Houston, we have a problem. This phrase, although a bit altered, has become one of the most famous in space history. Originally, it was, "Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here." And it was sent from a spacecraft during the Apollo 13 mission, after the astronauts had heard a sudden bang. It left them stranded in open space with only minutes of power and oxygen left to survive on. Apollo 13 was supposed to become NASA's third moon landing, nothing extraordinary, so people down on Earth seemed to be more focused on the breakup of the Beatles than yet another spaceflight. It took off on April 11, 1970. The first 2 days of the mission seemed like the smoothest flight of the Apollo program. On their third day in space, the Apollo 13 crew, Commander James Lovell, Jack Swigert, and Fred Heiss, were about 205,000 miles from Earth. They just finished a TV show from their spaceship, showing their lunar module Aquarius and command module Odyssey. The astronauts were excited because they were supposed to reach the moon's orbit the next day, and then Lovell and Heiss would land on the moon's Fra Mauro Highlands. They planned to spend 33 hours on the moon, doing spacewalks, studying rocks, and setting up science gadgets to send data back to Earth. Swigert would be doing his own science experiments while orbiting the moon. The astronauts were on their regular tasks, mixing the liquid oxygen and hydrogen in their tanks. Suddenly, they heard a big bang, a noise that made the whole spaceship shake. In that exact moment, 55 hours, 55 minutes, and 4 seconds into the flight, Mission Control in Houston noticed something strange with the spaceship's antenna and heard weird crackling sounds on the radio. Seconds after the bang, the alarm lights in the spaceship started flashing and the main board computer restarted itself. That's when Jack Swigert informed Houston they'd had a problem. The main direct current B bus was undervolting. Everyone immediately started working hard to figure out what was wrong and how to fix it. The astronauts thought something might have hit their lunar module, so Lovell and Swigert quickly closed the hatch to separate the two parts of their spaceship. Alarms started going off for the helium and fuel systems, and the electricity levels in their spaceship dropped. Heiss tried to fix the power by reconnecting the fuel cells, but it didn't work. 5 minutes had passed since they heard the bang, and they were still working to understand what was going wrong. The crew noticed that oxygen started leaking from the spacecraft. Mission Control did some math and figured out that they only had about 2 hours of power left. The lunar module was still fine, so they started thinking about using it as a lifeboat. 2 of the 3 power units, called fuel cells, were not working, so the astronauts wanted to save the last one as long as possible. They needed to check if the supplies in the Aquarius lunar module, like oxygen, power, and water for drinking, cooling the electronic equipment, and removing carbon dioxide, would last 3 people for 4 days, instead of just 2 days for 2 people. The most important thing was to save enough supplies in the command module Odyssey for a safe return to Earth. Mission Control thought the leak might be from Fuel Cell 3, so they asked the astronauts to shut it down, which meant they couldn't land on the moon anymore. But shutting down Fuel Cell 3 didn't stop the leak because the problem was actually with the oxygen tanks. One tank was empty, and the other tank was getting close to empty too. Now, millions of people from all over the world were following the journey and worrying for the crew. Less than an hour after the astronauts heard the bang, they were instructed they had a new mission. Instead of landing on the moon, they would loop around it and get the crew home safely as quickly as possible. The first thing they had to do was get back onto a special path called a free return trajectory. But first, they had to rush into the Aquarius as they had only several minutes of power left. When the whole crew successfully settled in the lunar module, Mission Control needed to figure out how to get the astronauts home quickly and safely, reduce power usage in the lunar module to make the batteries last longer, and manage the supplies on board. One of the high-ranked officials said it was the most serious problem they had ever faced in manned spaceflight, but the managers were still confident the crew would return safely. At 61 hours and 30 minutes into the mission, about 5.5 hours after the accident, the Apollo 13 astronauts fired the lunar module's engine for 34 seconds to adjust their path so they could loop around the moon and head back to Earth. If they did nothing else, they would land in the Indian Ocean in about 151 hours and 45 minutes. But since the main rescue ship was in the Pacific Ocean and Mission Control wanted to get them home sooner, they planned another engine burn 2 hours after their closest approach to the moon to speed up their return. At 76 hours and 42 minutes into the mission, Apollo 13 entered the moon's shadow. Now, the astronauts could see the stars that had been hidden by debris around the spacecraft. Exactly 26 minutes later, as they sped up due to the moon's gravity, Apollo 13 went behind the moon and lost communication with Mission Control. While they were behind the moon, the crew set a record for the farthest distance humans have ever traveled from Earth. This happened because the moon was farther from Earth in its orbit than usual, and Apollo 13's path took them even farther from the moon. The crew took amazing photos, especially of the moon's far side. 25 minutes after disappearing behind the moon, Apollo 13 finally reappeared. As they moved away from the moon, the astronauts took more photos, including one of the Apollo 11 landing site, the Sea of Tranquility. 2 hours later and 6,200 miles from the moon, the astronauts fired the lunar module's engine for over 4 minutes to speed up their return to Earth by 10 hours. After this maneuver, they powered down Aquarius by 80% to save the batteries. It made the cabin very cold and uncomfortable for sleeping. And they also had to limit the consumption of water to 6 ounces per day. The lunar module's air cleaning cartridges, which remove carbon dioxide, were only good for about 50 hours. The command module had extra cartridges, but they didn't fit the lunar module's hoses. So, engineers on Earth came up with a clever plan to make the command module's cartridges work in the lunar module. They explained the fix to the Apollo 13 crew over the radio, and the crew had to perform a do-it-yourself air cleaning canister change. On the morning of April 15th, Apollo 13 entered the Earth's gravitational pull. The astronauts needed to make a small course correction, so they used the lunar module's engine again. The adjustment worked, but the lunar module was very cold, about 38 degrees Fahrenheit, and there was condensation on the walls. The astronauts, tired and cold, tried to sleep while getting ready for the next steps, separating the spacecraft parts and re-entering Earth's atmosphere. First, they got rid of the service module and left just the command and lunar modules attached. Then, they moved back into the command module, Odyssey, and powered it up. They separated the lunar module, and the command module continued alone, entered Earth's atmosphere, and safely splashed down in the afternoon of April 17th, after a total of 142 hours, 54 minutes, and 41 seconds in space. The astronauts were fine after their dangerous adventure. After the Apollo 13 accident, NASA quickly formed a special board that spent about 2 months investigating what happened. They found out that the accident was caused by an electrical fire in one of the oxygen tanks in the service module. It was a mix of mistakes and a tricky design. NASA decided to make some changes to future Apollo spacecraft and added a big battery in the service module for backup power, and a third oxygen tank to make sure there would always be enough oxygen. NASA has recently revealed some eerie cosmic sounds that go against the popular misconception about the muteness of space. This discovery proves once again that the universe is far from silent. The revelation came from the Perseus galaxy cluster, located 250 million light-years away from Earth. There, NASA uncovered an unworldly howling coming from the supermassive black hole at its center. This This discovery isn't super fresh. It was made in 2003. It marked the first time scientists detected an acoustic phenomenon from such a distant source. Sadly, the sound was not something you would be able to hear. Its frequency was just too low for the human ear to register. The lowest pitch the human ear can perceive is 20 Hz, 20 cycles per second. But the sound emitted by the black hole is a B-flat, 57 octaves below middle C, with a frequency of 10 million years. But NASA brought it to the realm of human hearing in 2022, turning that invisible sound into something you could actually experience. It was a breakthrough of cosmic proportions when NASA revealed that sound waves could travel through space, specifically through the medium of the Perseus galaxy cluster. This medium is a hot, dense gas, something far more substantial than the empty vacuum between galaxies. That's how sound waves manage to travel there. Those sound waves produced by the supermassive black hole at the center of Perseus resonate through the hot gas as ripples. It's like how sound travels through water here on Earth. The thing is, space is indeed a vacuum, which means that sound cannot travel through it, in the traditional sense. But the gas surrounding the black hole in Perseus provided the perfect environment for sound to travel. The black hole's powerful jets create ripples, sending vibrations through the gas. And NASA scientists have identified those vibrations as a type of cosmic sound. Previously, it was totally invisible and unhearable. But now, for the first time, astronomers have helped it to take a form humans can hear. To give us a sense of how deep this sound is, NASA raised its pitch by 57 octaves so that it could finally be audible to the human ear. The result is a haunting, bass-heavy hum. It feels as though it is resonating from the very core of space itself. What NASA did is called sonification. This process involves mapping the characteristics of the data to audible sound. As a result, we can experience something that is otherwise beyond our perception. See those brighter areas of the cluster? They produce louder and higher-pitched tones. The sonification of the Perseus black hole isn't just a scientific discovery. It has allowed us to see, or should I say, hear, the universe in a completely different way. NASA has used this technique on several different space objects, including stars, nebulae, and galaxies, giving us a glimpse into the various ways space can sound. One of the coolest NASA's sonifications is Cassiopeia A. It's the remains of a star spotted as a supernova more than 300 years ago. Located around 10,000 light-years away from Earth, this shattered remnant of a once massive star has a neutron star at its core. And it's the youngest neutron star in our galaxy that we know about. To perform the sonification of Cassiopeia A, NASA took the data captured by the Chandra X-ray Observatory and translated it into sound. Starting at the center, a triangle-shaped tone marks the location of the neutron star. Then, the sound spreads outward, which represents the expanding debris field. That's when the pitch rises and the tones become brighter. The sound grows louder and seems to mirror the outbursts of the supernova and the formation of new elements. The Tarantula Nebula, located in the Large Magellanic Cloud, is a hotbed of star formation and one of the most active regions in the universe. Astronomers have been studying this nebula for a long time to learn more about how stars are born and evolve. So, no wonder that NASA scientists have been doing their best to translate the data from the nebula into sound. They've been mapping brightness and pitch to various features in the nebula. So, airy, synthesizer-like tones represent the chaotic and hot gases surrounding the most massive stars. And the cooler gases that are forming new stars have soft, low notes. Piano-like tones correspond to the brightest stars. and the central cluster of stars sounds like a rain stick. Interestingly, NASA's investigation into the sounds of space doesn't just involve cosmic phenomena. It's also based on the experiences of astronauts, and some of them are truly eerie. After all, space exploration is always filled with unexpected surprises, and sometimes those surprises come in the form of strange noises aboard spacecraft. One such incident occurred aboard the International Space Station, when astronaut Butch Wilmore reported hearing a strange noise coming from Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. By that time, this spaceship had been docked at the station for almost 3 months. The Starliner had just completed an 8-day mission that went awry. The technical issues have been plaguing the spacecraft ever since. Wilmore described the sound as a pulsing noise, similar to a sonar ping. It was coming through the spacecraft's speaker system. This strange noise made Wilmore contact NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Of course, Mission Control immediately began investigating. They were able to listen to the audio inside the Starliner. Wilmore even held his microphone up to the speaker so that NASA could hear it more clearly. The people in charge of the investigation finally identified the source of the noise. They announced there was an audio configuration issue with the ISS's complex communication system. The thing is, this system connects numerous spacecraft and modules, and such configurations can sometimes lead to strange noises. NASA reassured everyone that such an issue wasn't really unusual. At the same time, they encourage astronauts to report any unexpected sounds they come across. At the same time, this incident was just another proof of how tricky it is to maintain advanced spacecraft systems in orbit. The Starliner had already faced serious delays and setbacks, and every new issue added extra pressure. Everyone was worried about the spacecraft's safe return to Earth. In any case, it's not the only incident involving eerie space sounds. In 1969, during the Apollo 10 mission, astronauts heard something truly bizarre while orbiting the Moon. Now, Apollo 10 was a dry run for the historic Apollo 11 moon landing. This mission involved astronauts Thomas Stafford, John Young, and Eugene Cernan. They were testing the systems of the lunar module. Everything was going smoothly, and then they started passing behind the Moon. In that region, radio signals from Earth couldn't reach them. At that point, they all started hearing a strange, high-pitched whistling sound. It was coming through their headsets. The origin of this noise baffled the astronauts since it wasn't supposed to exist in the near vacuum of space. At first, they simply joked that it sounded like outer space music. But in reality, the situation was quite unnerving. The astronauts were on the dark side of the Moon, far away from Earth and any help. And now there was also that eerie, mysterious sound they couldn't explain. At the same time, NASA was super worried about astronauts' health and mental condition. So the crew didn't immediately report the noise to Mission Control. But after they returned to Earth, NASA engineers thoroughly investigated the phenomenon. They came to the conclusion that the sound had most likely come from the spacecraft's communications system. The reason could be the unusual circumstances of the mission. After all, the spacecraft was kinda cut off Earth. The Moon was between it and our planet. Still, even after this extensive analysis, the origin and nature of the whistle is still a great mystery for many people. Anyway, all these new discoveries and old cosmic puzzles prove that the universe is far from silent. It hums, roars, whispers, and reveals the mysteries of the cosmos one note at a time. In the future, as our technological abilities continue to evolve, NASA's work with sonification and its study of strange astronaut experiences will likely lead to even more awesome discoveries. And if we listen more closely, we may find that the universe is much more talkative than we think. It was supposed to be an easy 8-day-long mission. 2 NASA astronauts couldn't even imagine they would get stranded in space for at least 9 months. Their task was to test a brand new spacecraft, Starliner. They were hoping to return it to Earth as soon as possible so engineers could check it out and send it on a new flight. But from the very start, it didn't go as planned for Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams, experienced astronauts who had both been to the International Space Station before. They were supposed to depart on the 6th of May, 2024, but had to postpone departure for 1 month because of a leaky valve in the upper stage of their rocket. When they finally took off on the 5th of June, new problems started before they even got to the station. There were failures in some of their thrusters and, later, leaks in the gaseous helium. It's important because it keeps the thrusters pressurized. Boeing, who built the new spacecraft, and NASA focused on solving those problems and figured out it wasn't safe for the astronauts to fly back home on the Starliner. They didn't just leave them on the ISS, of course. NASA came up with a plan where Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams would come back home on a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft. It took off in September of the same year with 2 empty seats out of a total of 4. The only problem is that it wasn't supposed to come back until February 2025 at the earliest. In a press conference from the International Space Station, Wilmore and Williams admitted it was heartbreaking to watch their spacecraft depart without them, but they were trained to expect the unexpected. They keep receiving messages of support from Earth, and they aren't at all sad to spend more time in space, as they say it's their happy place. Mr. Wilmore gets up every day at 4:30 in the morning, and Miss Williams at 6:30. They do at least 2 hours of exercise at the space gym every day to reduce the loss of bone density. Another big problem is sleeping in space. The space station has 6 tiny sleep pods, each about the size of a phone booth. Inside, there's a sleeping bag, a little storage area for snacks and personal stuff, and even 2 laptops attached to the walls with bungee cords. The pods aren't completely soundproof, so astronauts sometimes wear headphones to listen to music or calming sounds from Earth to help them fall asleep. But here's the problem. There are more astronauts than sleep pods, so 3 astronauts have to find other places to sleep. One of them sleeps in a simple backup sleep chamber inside the European Space Agency's Columbus lab. Butch Wilmore is roughing it in just a sleeping bag inside the Japanese Space Agency's lab. When they planned this mission, Butch was only supposed to sleep like that for 8 days, which didn't sound that terrible. Another problem they had to deal with was that they didn't pack enough clothes for several months. So, astronauts had to savor what they brought for the first 2 months until a resupply vehicle delivered fresh outfits along with hardware, fruits, and vegetables. The astronauts have a super packed schedule that's managed by a computer tablet. It tells them what tasks to do, when to take breaks, and even when to eat, all in 15-minute chunks. A little red line on the tablet moves through the day in real time, showing them if they're on track or running behind. At first, Butch and Williams were working on the Starliner spacecraft, testing all its systems like communications, life support, and power. Once they finished that checklist, they started helping the other crew members with science experiments and maintenance tasks. The best-case scenario is now a late March return, and if it actually happens, the Starliner crew will spend over 270 days in space. An average mission on the ISS lasts around 6 months, so it's already way longer, but not close to the record time. The current American record belongs to astronaut Frank Rubio, who stayed in space for 371 days in a row. He lived on the International Space Station from September 2022 to September 2023. When Frank first went to space, the plan was for him to stay there for about 6 months, but it didn't go as planned. In December 2022, a meteoroid, or maybe a piece of broken satellite junk, crashed into the spaceship that was supposed to bring him and his 2 crewmates home. the spaceship was damaged so badly that it wasn't safe to use anymore. The two astronauts who were on that spaceship also had to stay on the ISS with Frank for 6 extra months until another spaceship went to space and rescued them. During his mission, Frank Rubio zoomed around Earth about 5,936 times. Altogether, he traveled a distance of 157 million miles. It's like going to the moon and back 328 times. Frank also went on 3 spacewalks and spent 21 hours outside the space station. One of Frank's big jobs was to do scientific experiments. He studied how bacteria behave in space, where there's no gravity pulling things down like on Earth. But his favorite experiment was taking care of a tiny tomato plant and watching it grow. Frank admitted that being away from his family for so long was really hard, but it's not the only possible hardship on such an extended space stay. Space agencies have entire departments that study the effects of space on the human body. In one of the studies, called Twins, scientists compared 2 identical twin brothers, Scott Kelly and Mark Kelly. They're both astronauts, but for this study, Scott spent a year on the ISS and Mark stayed on Earth. By comparing them, scientists could figure out how space changed Scott's body compared to his twin. He said it took him at least 6 months to feel like his usual self again after coming back to Earth. Scientists noticed predictable weight loss and bone mass loss, but they didn't expect to see changes in his DNA. They found that his telomeres, which are like tiny protective caps at the ends of DNA strands, got longer while he was in space. But sometime after he got back, he had more short telomeres than before. It looks like the damage was permanent. It must have to do with radiation, which is one of the biggest dangers for astronauts who stay in space for a long time. It can damage DNA, and that can increase the risk of some really serious health problems. Astronauts need protection from radiation, not just while they're flying in space, but also if they live on the Moon or Mars someday. Scientists are working hard to find ways to keep astronauts safe from this invisible danger. Every space agency has rules about how much radiation astronauts can safely handle during their careers. Another big problem astronauts face is bone demineralization. It happens because there's no gravity in space pulling on their bones like there is on Earth. Without that pressure, their bones start losing minerals like calcium, which makes them weaker. Astronauts can lose about 1 to 1.5% of their bone density every month they're in space. When calcium from the bones gets into the body's waste system, it can lead to kidney stones. Because of these changes, astronauts coming back from space need time to recover. Another challenge in space is how the body's fluids, like blood, behave. On Earth, gravity keeps most fluids lower in your body, but in space, they float upward. This extra fluid in the head can push on the eyes, which might change how astronauts see. Some even develop a condition that can make it hard to focus their eyes, and sometimes the changes in vision can be permanent. When astronauts who spend a longer time in space, like Williams and Wilmore, return to Earth, doctors keep a close eye on their health with regular checkups. Scientists expect that their condition is going to be like that of 6-month astronauts. NASA sent a spacecraft right into the Sun. It's the fastest human-made object ever, and could cover the distance from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C. in just 1 second. The Parker Solar Probe's mission is to study our star's dangerous behavior. Scientists warn that massive solar storms are inevitable, and the consequences could be catastrophic for our planet. The spacecraft got 7 times closer to the Sun than any other probe ever did. It managed to do so during its 20-second flyby to the star since its launch in 2018. Because our star is so massive, its gravity is really strong, like a giant magnet. As the probe flies around the sun, it uses gravity to go faster and faster and eventually picks up that crazy speed. As it got closer and closer to the sun's corona, which is its outer atmosphere, the probe had to survive temperatures of 2,552 degrees Fahrenheit. That's hot enough to melt many metals. It was protected from that heat and radiation by a 4.5-inch thick carbon shield. It kept the tools inside the probe safe and running at around room temperature. The scientists went to all this effort because they're hoping to solve a big mystery about the sun that's been puzzling them for ages. The surface of our main star is already super hot, but as you move closer out to the corona, the temperature shoots up to millions of degrees. And it doesn't make any sense because it's farther away from the sun. So maybe we could finally get some answers about this heat phenomenon. The mission is also going to help us understand something called solar wind. The sun is constantly shooting out tiny bits of energy and charged particles into space, like a never-ending breeze of electricity. When this solar wind hits Earth, it can create amazing light shows in the sky called auroras. The more active the sun is, the farther south you can see auroras. Our star follows natural cycles that last about 11 years. The activity goes from low to high and back down to low. Right now, we're in the solar maximum, the peak of the activity cycle. That's why we've spotted beautiful auroras in the most unexpected places in 2024. The downside to it is that the sun's activity can send out bursts of energy and charged particles that can mess up things like radios, satellites, and even GPS. It can be dangerous, especially for astronauts out in space who aren't as protected as we are here on Earth. Humans wouldn't feel the compression of the planet's electromagnetic field because of all the extra radiation, but power grids are really sensitive to it. If we don't act fast, when it happens, the influx of energy will go into power transformers all over the world, disrupt them, and leave big areas without electricity. If this happens during a hurricane or a tornado, when communication is already super important, it could make it much harder for emergency services to communicate and save lives. That's why it's so important to learn to predict this space weather. It's tricky because, unlike most disasters, like earthquakes, floods, and volcanoes, it doesn't leave behind any kind of physical evidence. The only big solar storms we really know about happened in 1859 and 1921. The first one, called the Carrington event, was so wild that it made sparks fly from telegraph wires. The auroras were seen all the way near the equator. Scientists back then were using a special kind of paper that reacted to light to record solar activity. During the Carrington event, the reading from the sun went off the page, literally. Whatever was happening, it was so extreme that we still don't fully understand it. Then, there was the New York Railroad Storm of 1921. It was powerful enough to knock out telegraph systems across the US, Europe, and the Southern Hemisphere. The storm boosted radio transmissions for a bit, making them travel farther than usual. But back then, there weren't nearly as many radios, so it wasn't super helpful. The bigger problem was the electrical grid in the US, which was heavily damaged. Back in 1859 and 1921, people weren't as dependent on tech as we are now. If a storm like that hits today, the consequences could be way more catastrophic. Scientists from New Zealand who study space weather are working on simulations trying to prevent disasters from happening. They say one of the possible options to do it is to study other suns like ours elsewhere in space. If we get data from thousands of stars, not just one, the picture for analysis would be more complete. So far, scientists have launched or plan to launch several other missions in addition to the Parker Solar Probe. Meanwhile, NASA is working on another mission, launching Endurance, robotic moon machinery on steroids. Its main mission will be to collect samples from key lunar locations that will later be retrieved by astronauts from the Artemis program. These samples are spread across the largest impact basin on the moon, separated by hundreds of miles. To do it, Endurance will have to be way more advanced than Perseverance, NASA's current most cutting-edge rover. Endurance will drive roughly 100 times further, drive 10 times faster, and collect roughly 200 times more sample mass. Endurance would also be the first planetary rover to drive at night. And because it will be on the far side of the Moon with limited communication to Earth and surface data, it will have to drive autonomously between sample locks and make its own decisions in tough conditions. When it reaches its destination, it's going to switch to a more classic way of doing things. Scientists back on Earth will get involved directly, guiding the rover to explore the sites and collect samples. The teams on Earth will also keep an eye on how the rover is doing by monitoring its telemetry, which is the data it sends back, like its health stats. If they spot any signs that a part is wearing out or something isn't working quite right, they'll tweak the plan to keep things running smoothly. All this will cost huge amounts of money, probably way more than the Viper moon mission that was cancelled after NASA had spent around $450 million on it. While Endurance is in the planning stage, the Blue Ghost lunar lander is already on its way to the Moon. Its main mission is research. It will spend 25 days in Earth's orbit, taking measurements and waiting for the right time to fling itself to the Moon. After 4 days in transit, Blue Ghost will hang out in lunar orbit for another 16 days to collect more data. Then it will descend to one of the largest basins on the Moon and spend 1 lunar day there. It will measure subsurface thermal data, radiation levels, and other important data. At the end of its mission, Blue Ghost will take some final pictures of the lunar sunset. It isn't designed to return back to our planet, so when the night falls, it will do some final work and go offline for good. NASA chose the team of University of Florida aerospace engineers to work on another innovative space project. It will cost $12 million, and its goal will be to improve the way we track changes in tectonic plates and oceans on Earth from space. It will use state-of-the-art sensors that will measure even the tiniest gravitational changes. The data it gets will help scientists monitor droughts, assess groundwater reserves, and better understand changes in sea levels. They expect to launch it around 2027 aboard a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket.
And we have liftoff of the Mars Global Surveyor as America begins its journey back to the Red Planet.
There's a weird structure on Mars, a square, a near-perfect square standing alone in the endless red desert. And it looks too perfect, too precise to be anything but artificial. Nature's chaotic, and it rarely makes things look so deliberate. So the internet took one look at it and lost its mind, as the internet tends to do. The image spread like a virus on social media, igniting every conspiracy theory you can think of. Some were convinced it was proof that intelligent life had once tread upon the Martian sands. Well, let's dive in and sort it out. The image is real, and it's really old. The thing, not the picture. NASA's Mars Orbiter camera snapped it in 2001, capturing a tiny slice of Martian terrain, and there sat the square. Now, is that evidence for intelligent life? Well, Mars is an empty world now, a rust-colored desert. But once, long ago, it may have been something else entirely. A planet filled with roaring rivers, vast oceans, and thick clouds rolling across the sky. Now, in a world like that, life, if it ever had a chance, could have taken root. And there's a possibility it did. Scientists think that life could have existed on Mars in a short period from around 4.1 to 3 billion years ago. It could have started during the early era of Martian history, called the Noachian period, and lasted all the way to the late Hesperian period. Meanwhile, here on Earth, the first oceans were just forming. Life on our planet was just beginning, in the form of tiny bacteria in deep-sea hydrothermal vents. While Mars was already fully wet, on Earth, there were no plants or animals, just microscopic life trying to survive. So, Mars took the lead in the life game. It had a much thicker atmosphere, which could have trapped enough heat to keep water liquid. Valley networks, huge traces across the red landscape, show us the incredible story of rainfall, rivers, and lakes. Huge asteroids were still hitting Mars at the time, and they could have brought organic molecules with them. But if that's true, what happened and where did life go? A recent NASA study suggests that the answer is more complicated than we thought. Astronomers believe that something drastic happened to Mars, like boom, and its cozy climate was gone, its atmosphere thinned. Without a strong magnetic field like Earth's to protect it, solar radiation stripped away the air, leaving Mars cold and dry. The ocean simply evaporated. Some of the water escaped into space while the rest froze underground or became locked in polar ice caps. Today, all that remains is a ghostly memory, dry channels and salty mineral deposits. But it looks like the transition wasn't sudden at all. It was slow and gradual. The planet was changing from wet and warm to cold and dry over millions of years. In fact, Mars kept its ocean even after the temperatures dropped to freezing. Some parts of Mars, especially the northern lowlands, might have remained wet for many, many centuries. Shouldn't the water freeze when it gets below 32 degrees Fahrenheit? Well, yeah. But there are many reasons why this miracle happened, like Mars's thick atmosphere and warm water traveling through currents. And during that time we mentioned before, from Noachian to the late Hesperian, life could have found a way. Microbes on Earth thrive in some of the harshest places, beneath Antarctic ice, in deep sea vents, in toxic volcanic lakes. Hey, life doesn't care. So these times in Martian history would be amazing for it. But don't be mistaken, Mars was never a paradise. Even during its cozy times, it wasn't as lush and green as we might imagine. In its early days, Mars was something more extreme, something closer to the young Earth. During the Noachian period, it was warm yet wet. Then the climate shifted into the Hesperian period. Oceans were stretching across the northern lowlands. Temperatures dropped, and snow piled high, forming massive glaciers in the south, transforming the planet into an icy world. Finding microscopic life at that time is possible, but an intelligent civilization? That's less likely. The square that went viral isn't evidence for intelligent life yet, and here's why. First things first, people freak out because nature doesn't make straight lines. But that's not really true. Actually, nature does it all the time. For example, here on Earth, we have the Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland, a beautiful field of hexagonal basalt columns. These are completely natural. They're formed by volcanic activity. There's also the Devil's Tower in Wyoming. Hey, remember it from the Close Encounters movie in the 80s? That's a symmetrical rock formation, and it was created by erosion. However, if we looked at these things from space, they'd look artificial. So, what is the square? How about a fracture pattern in the rock or some terrain that's broken apart along straight lines due to stress? This happens on Earth all the time when rock expands and contracts over time. And on Mars, the surface is just constantly battered by meteors, winds, and extreme temperature shifts. No wonder rock would get stressed. What happens here is another case of pareidolia. It's our brain's favorite thing, to spot patterns in something random. Hey, we evolved like this. So sometimes we might look at natural objects and see insane stuff. Faces on trees, animals in clouds, shapes, and so on. Besides, NASA has been photographing Mars for decades. We have high-resolution images of craters, mountains, valleys, riverbeds, hey, everything. Wouldn't an ancient civilization leave us, well, something better than some square-like rock? Even though things erode over time, we'd find more signs, roads, foundations, artifacts, ruins, or at least something. Though, to be fair, we do see something. The square wouldn't be the first time Mars has played tricks on us. Over the years, we've spotted everything, from tunnels to carved faces, even Bigfoot. Or this doorway, for example, a perfectly cut rectangular opening. That's what people saw when NASA's Curiosity rover sent back an image of the East Cliffs on Mount Sharp. It's almost like an ancient passage leading deep into the surface. You just need to go in and find some fantastic underground base. Well, NASA decided to take a closer look at it. It turns out it's just 12 inches tall and 16 inches wide, the size of a dog door. That's because what we're looking at isn't a doorway, but an open fracture, a break in the rock that happens naturally over time. These kinds of cracks are extremely common, both on Earth and on Mars. They form when bedrock is stressed, expands, contracts, or gets eroded by wind and time. If you walk through a desert here on Earth, you'd see plenty of similar shapes. Canyons, cliffs, and even boulders have fractures that, from the right angle, might look like doorways. They're just not getting photographed by NASA. Also, the straightness of lines turns out to be just a trick of perspective. If you zoom out, you'll see that it's just one small break in a much bigger rock formation. Or the infamous Cydonia face. The photo was taken back in 1976 by NASA's Viking 1 orbiter when it was scanning Mars. In the region known as Cydonia, it captured what looked like a massive humanoid face, a rocky formation about 1.2 miles long. And this one face inspired books, documentaries, movies, and podcasts. But when NASA's Viking orbiters first took pictures of Cydonia, the cameras weren't super advanced. The image of the face had a low resolution and made the details fuzzy. NASA's later missions had far better cameras, and when Mars Global Surveyor revisited Cydonia in 2001, the truth was undeniable. The face was just a hill, a lumpy rock formation with ridges and depressions carved by wind and erosion. And in 2006, during another mission, a colored image with insanely high detail was made. No traces of face left there whatsoever. That's another pareidolia trick for you. Now, Mars has plenty of secrets left to uncover, but they will be related to its fascinating history, not some secret ancient civilization. The conclusion is, don't trust everything you see online. Sometimes a mysterious rock is just a rock. Now, you've seen those breathtaking images from NASA. Stars born in clouds of gas, tangled galaxies, colors that look fantastic and vivid. And then someone suddenly says that this isn't real, that NASA edits all these pictures. Well, guess what? They're right. NASA does edit their photos, every single one. The catch is that it's not to deceive us, but rather to reveal what we could never see on our own. You see, color is a weird thing. It's just waves of light and energy flying through space. When these waves hit some object, a banana, a chair, or even a dust particle, the objects absorb some of the waves, eating a part of the spectrum. But some of it bounces back into our eyes. That bounced light is what we perceive as the object's color. There's an entire spectrum of these waves, from short ones to long ones. As they get longer, they move to the red spectrum and turn into infrared, microwaves, and radio waves. As they get shorter, they move closer to blue and violet, turning into ultraviolet, X-rays, and gamma rays. Now, right in the middle of that spectrum is a tiny band we call visible light, which is the only part our eyes can see. That's the rainbow we all know and love, and it's an exceedingly small part. So, you might say we barely see the world at all. When light bounces off something and gets into our eyes, our color-detecting cells, called cones, send them to our brain. So when we say, banana is yellow, it means banana ate red, green, and blue waves and reflected yellow waves into our eyes. So the question is space actually that pretty and colorful, or is it all fake? Well, yes and no. Stars emit light, and it travels through space like an unstoppable train. It's flying there, chilling, until it hits something – dust particles, a planet, spaceship, or an astronaut. Every time light hits something, some of it gets absorbed, some of it reflects and continues to travel. So we get less and less light every time it hits something. And when you enter a nebula, which is basically tons of dust particles around a gas cloud, light quickly starts to scatter and disappear. Nebulae, which is the plural of nebula, also grow naturally from ionized gases like hydrogen, oxygen, sulfur, radiating light in specific spectral lines. But it's super faint as well. Remember, our eyes see things only when light bounces off those things in our eyes. On top of that, the color-detecting cones in our eyes aren't so great, in that they need lots of light to activate. We can't see faint stuff. Unless there's something emitting light right there nearby, we wouldn't see anything. In other words, for us, the entire space would be like a room with lights turned off. The potentially beautiful nebulas and planets are there, but if you don't have a lamp nearby, you can't see them in all their glory. When there's lots of light around, rods take over, another type of cell that's great for motion and dark vision, but terrible for color. So in deep space, all we'd see are dim whites and grays. Now, if you were flying around on a spaceship, the stars would look sharp, white, and non-twinkling. You'd be able to see some reddish or bluish tints to the brighter ones, like Betelgeuse or Rigel. But a lot of things would be dim gray smudges at best. The Milky Way might appear as a cloudy band, not rainbowy like in astrophotography. Nebulae would look like faint fuzzy clouds with no color, unless it's something that glows very brightly, like the Orion Nebula. In our solar system, astronauts can see stuff thanks to the sun or when they're near illuminated planets or spacecraft. Planets like Jupiter and Mars retain some color for our eyes. Meanwhile, on Earth, the sky would look black during the day if we had no atmosphere. The sun would be a bright disk in a void as seen from the moon. If only we had super-sensitive cone cells that could detect light better than we do and see even faint things. Oh wait, we actually do have technology for that. Long-exposure cameras and telescopes. Now, telescopes are great for that. They often use long exposures to gather light over minutes or entire hours. That lets them capture photons we'd never collect with our eyes. When telescopes like Hubble or the James Webb take photos, they're not snapping pretty pics like those on Instagram. They're collecting all this raw, invisible data, numbers and faint light that's both within and beyond human vision. The James Webb Space Telescope doesn't even see visible light. It's built to detect infrared or heat. Telescopes like that work like time machines. They show not only distant galaxies, but also what those galaxies looked like billions of years ago. We see stars that have long since gone out, and galaxies that may have already disappeared. All because the James Webb can pierce through gas and dust and see galaxies so old that their light has been stretched into infrared wavelengths as the universe expands. In other words, this telescope isn't made to let us take aesthetic photos. Its main goal is to study the history of the universe. Now, at first, this stuff looks like grayscale or even black images. When the James Webb sends data back, it looks empty. But during post-processing, astronomers map wavelengths they received to visible colors. Every color in those pictures is chosen for a reason. It highlights specific wavelengths, gases, or temperatures. In any case, it shows what would otherwise be completely hidden from our eyes. Sometimes they show only stuff a human eye can see. Sometimes they shift colors or add something to show elements or intensities. For example, let's say you're studying a supernova, a star blowing itself to pieces. You need to see its debris clearly to understand what's going on. That means you'd play with the contrast or adjust color balance to reveal specific gases and find pale objects near bright ones. Want to check out a weird rock on Mars? You zoom in, adjust the lighting, boost the shadows. Photographers do this every day. So scientists do it too, because clarity means understanding. Even old photos from the Apollo missions have been touched up in modern times. It's like restoring an old film so it looks crystal clear instead of foggy. Without this editing, the most incredible discoveries of the past 2 years, those first galaxies, those newborn stars inside cosmic clouds, would just look static. Is it possible to accidentally misinterpret the color? Of course! For example, images we get of Mars are mostly red, but when we land on a planet, it's more colorful. Most of it is gold, yellowish, tan, or brown. The reason Mars looks reddish is due to rusting iron in the rocks, Martian soil, and dust. It all depends on the lighting, atmospheric dust, and image processing methods. But the fantastic colors themselves are not made up.
Galaxies contain billions of stars, gas, and dust, giving off incredibly rich color ranges. NASA's photos are basically translations. Now here's an interesting take. Could we use goggles with night vision or some technology that makes our eyes notice light better, like working with Hubble or the James Webb? Man, the sky would be insane. You'd never be able to sleep again. These magical astronomy glasses should greatly amplify faint light, enhancing and translating colors. Unfortunately, today's night vision tech won't cut it. Night vision goggles work by amplifying visible and near-infrared light, but they display everything in green monochrome, not true color. Meanwhile, infrared goggles detect heat, not color. We'd need some goggles that raise photon sensitivities by 10,000 or so. If only we were lucky enough, like some animals. For example, snakes can see infrared, bees see ultraviolet light, and birds see more colors than we do. And we can't even imagine how they perceive the world. So yeah, NASA edits their photos, because raw space isn't built for our eyes. It's dark, cold, distant, and silent. But with a little translation, some math, some color grading, some visual storytelling, we can see the invisible. We can study the past and inspire more people to study space in the future.
Hey, you know what would be pretty cool? Having a tiny helicopter on Mars that can buzz around and scan the environment from above. Taking pictures and looking for hidden extraterrestrial life on its own. At some point, somebody at NASA said something like this behind closed doors. Then they went and actually did it. Say hello to Ginny, one of the most significant scientific achievements since we first started exploring space. Back in 2020, NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or JPL, packed a tiny side project onto the Mars mission. It was called Ingenuity, a flying experiment meant to test if powered flight was even possible on another planet. Just proof of concept, a test demo. The real mission was to explore the surface of Mars with the rover called Perseverance. In 2021, this six-wheeled robotic scientist about the size of a small SUV landed on Mars in a place called Jezero Crater. Scientists believe there was once a lake here about 3.5 billion years ago. That's important because where there's ancient water, there might have been ancient extraterrestrial life. Perseverance is basically a science lab on wheels. It can study rocks, drill into the surface, and stash samples in little sealed tubes for later. These samples are part of a long-term plan. NASA and ESA plan to bring them back to Earth in 2033 for more study. This could finally answer, has life ever existed outside Earth? Maybe samples won't give the definitive answer, but it's our best shot. Suddenly 2033 seems very far away. The rover has other instruments and testing tools that could greatly benefit future exploration of Mars. But the hero of this story is Ginny. They got the idea for this little chopper from drones here on Earth and thought it could fly around and scout for Perseverance. However, actually making it work on Mars sounds almost impossible. The first problem was the atmosphere. Mars has approximately only 1% of Earth's air pressure, which means there's barely anything to push against. On Earth, chopper blades bite into thick air to generate lift. Since there's basically no air on Mars, it's sort of like trying to swim in fog instead of water. Then there's gravity. Sure, it's only about 38% of Earth's, which helps a bit, but not nearly enough to offset the lack of air. To fly at all, the device would have to be feather light, with huge blades spinning like crazy, just to grab onto the thin air. Oh, and there's also the cold. At night, temperatures plunge to negative 130 degrees Fahrenheit, which is approximately the same as the coldest night ever recorded in Antarctica. That's enough to damage most electronics, and batteries hate the cold. So Ginny charged up during the day with a tiny solar panel, then used that power to keep warm through the freezing Martian night. Every day, scientists had to hope that their drone worth $80 million wouldn't land under a hill in a shadow, especially since it couldn't be controlled manually. Mars is so far away that signals can take up to 20 minutes to get there. Imagine playing a video game where your character has that kind of delay after you press a button. Ginny had to be fully autonomous. All these technological technicalities, and yet Ginny did not simply fly. What was first planned as a 30-day test trial with 5 flights ended up being a full-fledged support mission that lasted 3 years. So, how did engineers pull it off? First, they had to make Ginny as light as physically possible, only 4 pounds. That's lighter than my house cat, but somehow it still carried 2 cameras, a battery, a flight computer, a radio antenna, and even a heater. Everything had to be trimmed down or miniaturized. Then came the blades, Ginny's most important feature. On Earth, a small helicopter spins its blades between 400 and 500 RPM. But we explained why that wouldn't work on Mars. So, Ginny's 2 rotor blades had to spin 5 times faster, about 2,500 revolutions per minute. Each blade was about 2 feet long, made from carbon fiber. Light as a feather, but tough as nails. And instead of sitting side by side like on a drone, those blades were stacked on top of each other, spinning in opposite directions. That cancels out the twisting force you'd normally get from a single spinning blade. You know how helicopters have that tiny tail rotor in the back? They need that because when their main rotor on top spins to lift the chopper up, it also creates a twisting force called torque. That makes the entire vehicle want to spin in the opposite direction. Without some way to fight that, you'd end up doing donuts in the sky. However, Ginny couldn't have a tail rotor because it would add too much weight, take more power, and make things even more complicated. So, engineers created a workaround with 2 large blades stacked on top of each other, spinning in opposite directions, which prevented the drone from spinning out of control. As for controlling it, Ginny didn't have a full-blown AI, but it wasn't remote-controlled either. NASA uploaded flight plans from Earth, but once the drone took off, it flew itself using onboard sensors and code. Basically, like a really smart autopilot. To stay on course, it watched the ground with a downward-facing camera, kind of like tracking its own shadow as a guide. And finally, the result was seen in April 2021, when Ginny lifted off the Martian ground and hovered in place for just 39 seconds. It rose about 10 feet into the air, hovered a bit, spun around a little, and landed safely back on the red dirt. It was short and simple. One small step for a drone, but a huge one for humanity. For the next 3 years, the team responsible was testing the limits, flying Ginny further and further. From above, Ginny saw more than the rover could. The drone helped map the terrain, spotted risks like loose sand and sharp rocks, and even found shortcuts for Perseverance. It even saved the rover, so to speak, when its photos helped the team reroute the vehicle around a tricky dune. Ginny also made snapshots of interesting layered rocks, exactly the kind you'd need when you're searching for ancient life. Basically, once the drone spotted something weird or promising from above, Perseverance would roll over to check it out. And it worked way better than anyone expected. However, in January 2024, Ginny went missing. The drone was supposed to do a short hop, go up, hover, land, easy stuff. But after takeoff, NASA lost contact. For a while, no one knew what had happened, just silence. A few days later, NASA finally got a weak signal and pulled the flight data. Turns out, Ginny flew over a featureless terrain. See, it used its downward-facing camera to track movement, kind of like an optical mouse. No texture below meant nothing to lock onto. Mid-flight, the drone got disoriented, tilted, and during landing, one of its blades clipped the ground. NASA confirmed it. The rotor was damaged. It will never fly again. However, this is not a sad story. Even with broken wings, the robot is still useful. After Flight 72, NASA gave Ginny new software and a new job, staying powered on and quietly collecting daily data, possibly for the next 20 years. In a way, Ginny has gone from scout to ground-based observer. So, what happens next? Well, we wait for 2030 while we make more flying robots. The biggest one on the horizon is Dragonfly, a car-sized rotorcraft scheduled to launch in 2028 and land on Titan, one of Saturn's moons. Titan has a thick atmosphere and low gravity, a dream environment for a flying drone. Dragonfly will hop from one location to another, searching for life in that icy landscape. It's like Ginny's big cousin, but with nuclear power and a whole moon to explore. The project Ingenuity's success is already inspiring NASA to design better Martian helicopters. Some of them could be equipped with grippers to pick up rock samples, or even join up with rovers for full-on search and collect operations. Thanks to Ginny, what started as a tech demo could one day evolve into a fleet of flying robots crisscrossing the red planet. The moon might be hiding trillions of dollars worth of materials beneath that dusty surface, and NASA is about to get a piece of it soon. Their new lunar drilling tech just passed its first big test, and it could open up an entirely new frontier: space mining. This isn't just a scientific milestone. This could change the US economy forever, and maybe even reshape life on Earth. That's because they found something rare in lunar soil, something that could become essential for us in the future: helium-3. Okay, so you know helium, right? It's the gas that makes birthday balloons float. Helium-3 is not that. It's a special isotope of helium, which basically means it has the same number of protons, 2 by the way, but a different number of neutrons. That's chemistry speak for it's rare, like super rare. Here comes the sad part. Earth had helium-3 once, a lot of it actually. But during our planet's formation, a lot of it escaped into space. Turns out, it's super light, so it didn't stick around. But we can still find it here and there, mostly inside our planet. I mean, there's some of it literally trapped underground. Or even a lot, as some recent studies might suggest. But still, the problem is that extracting helium-3 is expensive, limited, and seriously difficult. So difficult, in fact, that getting it from the moon suddenly sounds like a piece of cake. To really understand why extracting helium-3 in space might be easier, we need to quickly compare Earth and the moon. So here's the sun, right? This huge ball of fire in the sky constantly shoots out tons of helium-3. When this helium-3 reaches Earth, our planet's magnetic field acts like a giant invisible shield, basically saying, "Nope, not here," and it deflects most of it away. But the moon doesn't have a friendly protective magnetic field like Earth does. So when helium-3 reaches the moon, it hits the surface directly and gets trapped in the lunar regolith. I'm talking about that loose layer of dust, soil, and rocky debris covering the moon. And there might be tons of it, literally. Some estimates put it somewhere between 1 and 3 million tons of helium-3. The best part is that almost all of it is probably sitting right in the top layer of lunar soil. So instead of heavy-duty drilling, it could be as easy as just scooping up some moon dust. That's why a lot of people think getting helium-3 from our natural satellite could actually be way easier, or maybe even cheaper, than digging deep underground here on Earth. Now, you're probably thinking, why go through all that trouble? I mean, if it doesn't work for birthday balloons, what's the big deal with helium-3? Well, for starters, it's already being used in advanced medical tech, like magnetic resonance imaging and X-ray. But here's the real game changer. Helium-3 could actually end our dependence on fossil fuels for good. This rare isotope could be used for advanced nuclear fusion reactors here on Earth. In other words, it could give us nuclear energy that's not just super efficient, but a whole lot safer too. See, most nuclear power plants today run on a process called fission. They use uranium-235, and when those atoms split, you get a ton of energy. But you also get something else: radioactive waste. And yeah, it's just as dangerous as it sounds. But helium-3 is different. It could power future reactors with a process called fusion. If you mix helium-3 with a type of hydrogen called deuterium, You get a lot of energy, but without the dangerous waste. It could be cost efficient too. Let's say a single space shuttle cargo bay could carry about 25 tons of helium-3. That would be enough to power the entire United States for a year. And scientists believe there's enough helium-3 on the moon to power the whole world for 10,000 years. These are only estimates for now, but the future potential is so exciting that the demand for helium-3 is already skyrocketing, and so is its value. In 2024, some experts say that the helium-3 market was worth about $670 million. This year, it's expected to hit around $730 million. And 10 years from now, experts believe it could reach nearly $1.6 billion. Sorry for all the numbers, I just wanted to show you why mining the moon matters. It might actually save us from a future energy crisis by giving us almost endless, clean nuclear power. Everything sounds great so far, but there's one big challenge. Mining helium-3 on the moon is one thing. Bringing it back to Earth is a whole different story. So let's look at one possible solution. First, robots or specialized machines would drill into the lunar soil or simply scoop up moon dust to collect the helium-3. Then it gets packed into containers and launched off the moon, heading for Earth. When the containers get close to Earth, a ship called the Space Rapid Transit will pick them up in orbit. Think of it as a reusable space truck with engines that can even use air for thrust. Finally, the ship would land at an airport here on Earth. From there, the helium-3 would head straight to power plants, giving us clean, safe, and almost unlimited energy. See how challenging it sounds, right? Of course, specialists are still figuring out the best way to transport helium-3. But one thing is certain, we're getting closer and closer to building a full mining base on the moon. NASA recently tested a new drill technology called Triton. And as soon as it touched the lunar surface, it started working right away and performed perfectly. For now, its main purpose is to bring soil to the surface so scientists can study it. They want to learn more about how strong the lunar regolith is and how it reacts when drilled. That's definitely an exciting step towards extraterrestrial mining. Because it's not just helium-3, you know. There are a lot of other valuable things that can be taken from the moon. For example, there's water ice on the moon, and from that, we could extract oxygen and hydrogen. Then there could be rare and expensive metals like platinum, rhodium, and iridium. We could even mine iron, silicon, and aluminum, which would be perfect for building things directly in orbit, like future space stations or other infrastructure. Now that we know how important mining the moon could be, you're probably wondering, is any of this even allowed? I mean, who actually owns the moon? The short answer? Nobody. Even though NASA is up there doing research, that doesn't mean the United States owns the moon. Back in 1967, some nations signed the Outer Space Treaty. It basically says no one can claim ownership over our natural satellite or any other celestial body. Not an asteroid, not a planet, not even a random rock floating out there. So, if a country wants to explore the moon, sure, they can do it, but they can't plant a flag and say, "This is ours now." Here's where it gets messy. Companies. There isn't much of an agreement about what private businesses can and can't do out there. For example, a private company sets up a moon base. They land a successful spacecraft, build a small station, and even start digging. The base itself belongs to them, sure, but the land they're sitting on does not. Everyone is on the same page up to that point. The tricky part is, the treaty doesn't really spell out what happens to the materials they dig up. Nobody is totally sure if those resources would even belong to them. And if the materials are not technically the company's, can they even sell them? It's hard to say. So yeah, sorry. Even if you had the cash to build your own lunar base, you probably can't just scoop up helium-3 and bring it back as a souvenir. I mean, unless you want to risk becoming the first person ever banned from the moon. On Mars, nothing is ordinary. That's why a single rock spotted by NASA's Perseverance rover in Jezero Crater has drawn everyone's attention. Its surface is covered with tiny spheres. This texture is both bizarre and weirdly, painfully familiar. Haven't we seen something similar on Earth? Yes, we have. Does it mean there's a mysterious connection between Earth and the red planet? NASA's Perseverance rover has been busy exploring Mars, and on August 5, 2025, it spotted something unusual. A rock that looks like it came straight out of a medieval armory. It looks like a knight's helmet forgotten after a battle. Or maybe it's the hat of a witch that crash-landed on the red planet. Researchers officially nicknamed the rock Horniflya. It has a dome-shaped top with a pointed tip and a rim that flares out. Its surface is rough and covered with tiny bumps. But the coolest thing is that the rock isn't just lumpy. It's made up almost entirely of little round spheres. Imagine bubble wrap that someone balled up and spray-painted Mars red. Here you go. Geologists aren't too impressed by the rock's shape, but its composition makes them raise their eyebrows. Such little spheres could have formed in a few days. Chemical weathering, volcanic activity, or if rock vaporized by a meteorite cooled down and condensed. On Earth, rocks with similar textures sometimes come from processes involving water, and this is one of the reasons why everyone is so excited now. If underground waters had a hand in shaping the rock, it could mean there was a lot of water on Mars in the past. And water means life. Now, another cool thing about this helmet is that it's a floating rock. The term means that it looks completely different from those around it. Basically, this rock doesn't belong to the area where the rover found it. The best guess is that it was launched from another location. Maybe it was a volcanic eruption, or more likely, an asteroid smacked into the Martian surface and flung it across the landscape. Interestingly, this isn't the first bubble rock Perseverance has seen. Back in March 2025, it found another sphere-covered rock, and some of the tiny balls had holes in them. If you look closely at Horniflya, you can see a bunch of those too. That might mean they're what geologists call ooids, small spherical layered grains. On Earth, ooids form when calcium carbonate builds up layer by layer in shallow water. Picture a warm, shallow sea near the equator. The water is a little choppy and waves are constantly moving things around. That's the kind of place ooids are born. They grow like pearls in oysters. An ooid starts small, usually with a tiny grain of sand or some other speck. The water is overloaded with calcium carbonate, so every time the waves move that grain around, a new layer builds up. Over time, the layers pile on, and you've got yourself a neat little ball. Sometimes the center isn't as tough as the layers surrounding it. That's why the core can dissolve or even disappear completely, leaving behind a hole. If those Martian spheres formed in the same way, this might be the reason why they have those tiny cavities inside them. But there's another possibility. On Earth, the other way of ooid formation is biological. In other words, they sometimes start with the remains of tiny living organisms. Could the ooids on the red planet have formed in the same way? Of course. This doesn't mean we can slap a "Life Found on Mars" headline on it just yet. But the fact that these holes exist is a clue that hints that Mars might have had the right kind of conditions for life. Well, maybe not seashells and oysters, but definitely something worth paying attention to. Weird Earth-like formations aren't the only intriguing things found on Mars. In March 2025, NASA's Perseverance rover spotted something that looked like a bunch of tiny spider eggs. That something was made up of hundreds of little round balls stuck together. It was just sitting there on a hill called Witch Hazel, near the edge of Jezero crater. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a weirdly shaped rock with a bit of red Martian dust on it. Yeah, sadly, or luckily, those weren't Martian spider eggs. Even so, the formation really stood out from everything else around it. The Perseverance team named the weird rock St. Paul's Bay. It's a floating rock too, just like Horniflya. Something once moved this rock from its original spot. One theory claims that it could have been created when a meteorite smashed into Mars. The powerful impact must have blasted rocks into the air. Then, those bits could have cooled down and formed those tiny balls. If that's true, the rock might have come from really far away. Another cool find occurred in April 2023 when NASA's Curiosity rover took a little break from searching for signs of ancient water on Mars and stumbled upon a travel book. Later, scientists figured out that it wasn't really a book, just a rock, but it does look like a little hardcover with a page frozen mid-turn. This book rock is tiny, measuring only about 1 inch wide. In February 2022, the Curiosity rover spotted something that could only be described as a tiny flower made of minerals. It looked like little coral branches, but it was actually a mineral deposit, pretty rare to see in a flower-like shape. Most of these kinds of deposits form when ancient water mixes with rocks on the Martian surface, so they're not exactly new to scientists. But that one was unique, since it looked like a tiny plant or flower. In January 2023, the University of Arizona shared another bizarre image, a rock formation on Mars that looked like the face of a giant teddy bear. It had 2 distinct beady eyes, a button nose, and an upturned mouth. It was captured by NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, which was orbiting the red planet at the time. Scientists from the University of Arizona explained that the teddy bear face was likely just a natural formation, like a broken up hill or mound in the center of an ancient crater. But let's get back to Horniflyer. Perseverance snapped that strange bumpy rock photo during its 234th week on Mars, and NASA even picked it as the rover's best shot of the week. Of course, the rover's main job isn't collecting cool-looking rocks. Perseverance was launched on July 30th, 2020 with a big goal: to search for traces of ancient microbial life and figure out if Mars was ever truly habitable. That mission is connected directly to NASA's Artemis program. It's focused on setting up a long-term base on the Moon. The idea is that such colonies on Earth's natural satellite will help manage and support the first astronaut landing on Mars. At the same time, SpaceX CEO Elon Musk has his own ideas. He wants to send uncrewed missions to Mars as soon as the end of 2026. In the meantime, Perseverance has been busy. Its first assignment was exploring Jezero Crater, a site chosen because it once held water. After 3 years of work, the rover wrapped up its full survey of the crater. It happened in December 2024. NASA explained why this mattered. If Mars really went through long wet periods, Jezero's lake beds or shorelines could be some of the best places to look for fossilized signs of past life. Perseverance isn't alone either. 4 other rovers have reached Mars over the years. The very first, Sojourner, landed in July 1997. Then came Opportunity, which was expected to last just 3 months, but ended up operating for an incredible 15 years, until 2018. As for the bubbly rocks, scientists want to know more than just what they're made of. They're curious about where those rocks originally formed, and whether they lie in layers that could reveal how different materials build up over time. Studying their unusual makeup could tell researchers a lot about Mars's inner processes and how its environment shaped the planet's surface over billions of years. And maybe we could finally find out if there was life on the red planet.
A mysterious space visitor has recently passed its closest approach to Earth, flying by at a distance of 64 million miles. It might be something totally natural and born on the outskirts of the solar system, or some unknown civilization could be examining us from above right at this moment. This new object looks a lot like another strange wanderer called 3I Atlas, and you'll understand why we say strange pretty soon. So, could both of them come from the same place outside our solar system? What we do know is that this new object is relatively close to us, in space terms of course, and scientists are now studying it closely. They first spotted it inside our solar system, and people are paying attention because it showed up not long after 3I Atlas passed near our Sun. On November 2, 2025, astronomer Gennady Borisov, the same person who discovered interstellar comet 2I Borisov in 2019,
found this new object. It's now got its official name and is listed in NASA's and the Minor Planet Center's databases. C-2025V1 has some unusual features. Its orbit is tilted 113 degrees, which means it's moving almost up and over the regular path that planets take. Even more bizarre, its orbital plane is almost at a right angle to the path of 3I Atlas. Plus, it doesn't have a clear comet tail, which is odd. Right now, its orbit has an eccentricity of 1.0095. And let me break it down in human language. If that number was well above 1, it would mean the object definitely came from outside the solar system. But because it's only just a bit above 1, the most likely explanation is that C-2025V1 came from the Oort cloud. That's a giant faraway shell of icy objects that surrounds the solar system. Now scientists check this by basically rewinding the object's path, sending it all the way back to about 1000 AU. That's 1,000 times farther than the Earth is from the Sun. At that huge distance, the planets can't mess with its motion anymore. When they redo the orbit from that point, its eccentricity, the number that tells you if it's from outside the solar system, usually drops below 1, which means it's still part of our solar system. But at the same time, even a tiny push from Jupiter while passing by could make even a normal Oort cloud comet look like it has an eccentricity slightly above 1. And on top of that, small blasts of gas coming off the comet's surface can also change the numbers a little. So, to put it simply, it probably isn't interstellar. It just looks that way because of small pushes and gas bursts. C-2025V1 is still exciting, even if it comes from the Oort cloud, because studying it gives us a chance to analyze the material from that distant region and learn how our solar system formed and evolved. Now let's get back to the mystery of 3I Atlas. Before anything else, let's explain what 3I Atlas actually is. It's most likely a comet, basically a huge, dirty snowball flying through space. You can't see it with your own eyes or with a regular telescope. But there's good news. A powerful telescope in Italy is streaming it live for free. So anyone can actually watch this mysterious object as it passes by. Scientists think this comet weighs about 33 billion tons. That number is hard to imagine, so here are a few comparisons. The Eiffel Tower weighs around 10,000 tons. So 33 billion tons is the same as a whopping 3.3 million Eiffel Towers. And if you decide to compare the space visitor to buildings, 33 billion tons is about the same as the weight of several huge city areas made entirely of steel and concrete. But even all that size isn't the wildest part. Some experts think this object might be a piece of unknown technology from outside our galaxy. And they're not saying this just for fun. There are real reasons behind the theory. 3I Atlas was first noticed in July by NASA's Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System, or ATLAS. Shortly after, NASA confirmed that the object wasn't from our solar system at all. It's an interstellar object, only the third ever discovered. The first one was Oumuamua in 2017, which looked long and flat and didn't behave like a normal rock. The second was Comet BI Borisov in 2019. Now we have 3I Atlas, and it is enormous compared with the other two. Its nucleus is up to 3.5 miles wide, while Oumuamua was only about a quarter mile long and Borisov was around a half mile across. Besides being huge, 3I Atlas is unusual in several other ways. As it moves through the solar system, it's releasing massive amounts of carbon dioxide and gas. This suggests that 3I Atlas is 3 to 5 orders of magnitude, which means 1,000 to 100,000 times more massive than the other two known interstellar visitors. Such an enormous difference is a real scientific mystery. It's also traveling incredibly fast, about 150,000 miles per hour, which is almost 200 times the speed of sound. And unlike objects in our solar system, which followed curved paths because of gravity, 3i Atlas is moving on a nearly straight line. That alone makes it stand out. These odd behaviors have led some researchers to consider a pretty unexpected idea. 3i Atlas might be a probe sent by another civilization, possibly to study Earth. According to this theory, the object could be a sign of some kind of intelligence from beyond our solar system. Why do they think this? Well, because the object's movement doesn't match what you'd expect from something controlled only by gravity. It also passes close to Venus, Mars, and Jupiter, and these are the planets that might be especially interesting for an outside civilization to observe. Another very unusual feature of 3i Atlas's path is that its orbit is tilted only a little compared to the plane of the solar system, about 5 degrees, and it moves in the opposite direction to most planets. This feature might allow the object, or its creators, to take extremely precise measurements of planets, things like their orbits and sizes, to plan a perfect flight route through the solar system. And if 3i Atlas suddenly changes direction at some point, that could mean it's using a built-in engine instead of simply drifting through space. Now, new photos have also shown that 3i Atlas has at least 7 jets blasting material into space, some shooting in totally opposite directions. Now, if this thing is just a normal comet, it would have had to lose a huge amount of its original mass when it passed near the Sun, way more than just 10 to 20%. Only some of that material would actually push the object in one direction, so the total amount blown off would need to be massive. If that's what happened, then there should be now a giant cloud of gas and dust around 3i Atlas. And if that cloud exists, it'll be pretty easy to figure out what the comet is made of. The James Webb Space Telescope will check this when 3i Atlas gets closest to Earth on December 19, 2025. But if 3i Atlas is not a normal comet and is actually some kind of technology, it wouldn't need to lose that much material. Engines built by an advanced civilization could give it a boost while using way less gas because they shoot it out way faster. Faster exhaust gives more push with less fuel, so a technological object wouldn't need to blast away big chunks of itself the way a natural comet would. So, to sum it up, there's still a big mystery around 3i Atlas. Could it really be a technological mothership that released small probes into the inner solar system? But C2025 V1 doesn't fit that idea, unless one of the objects used some kind of engine. The closest their orbits ever come is about 46 million miles, and the two objects themselves were never closer to each other than about 140 million miles. The tiny non-gravitational push detected in 3i Atlas is nowhere near strong enough to close this gap. So, C2025 V1 is almost certainly not one of the many probes people imagine 3i Atlas might have released. This is a typical crater on the Moon. It's here because, once upon a time, an asteroid crashed right into it. Yep, a lunar crater forms when an asteroid, meteoroid, or a comet slams into the Moon's surface. And as you can see, it's happened a lot. But one crater formed in a very different way. But then, how did it form? Well, let's rewind a bit. There's a widely accepted hypothesis that the Moon itself is a product of collision, just like all these craters. But that collision was way tougher. It happened over 4.5 billion years ago when a huge Mars-sized planet called Theia crashed into Earth. That event threw a bunch of debris into orbit. Eventually, it came together to form the Moon. Now, for a while after that, the Moon was basically a giant ball of lava. But because the early Moon was very close to Earth, our planet's gravity kept squeezing it, making it even hotter. In the end, though, the Moon drifted farther away, cooled down, and formed a rocky crust. Now, moving on, about 4.3 billion years ago, an asteroid the size of a small country, like Nepal, way bigger than the one that wiped out the dinosaurs, slammed into the Moon's far side,
It left an enormous crater called the South Pole Aitken Basin. It's up to 5 miles deep and about 1,500 miles wide. For comparison, that's roughly the distance from New York to Dallas and deep enough to swallow Mount Everest. Now, scientists think that impact may have dug up and scattered some ancient stuff from deep inside the moon. A mixture of materials nicknamed creep, short for potassium, rare earth elements, and phosphor ocean. Now, you want to know the reason why this area could be even more scientifically interesting than we realized? You see, until recently, researchers believed the asteroid came from the south, slamming upward and spreading a bunch of radioactive material, that very creep, around the crater's northern rim. But after looking closer, scientists realized the impact actually came from the north, which means all that valuable creep ended up on the southern edge instead. And guess what? NASA's Artemis 3 mission happens to be targeting that exact southern region. Researchers started questioning the old southern impact theory when they compared the moon's crater with others across the solar system, mainly Mars's Hellas Basin and Pluto's Sputnik Basin. Here they are. See? All three have this bizarre teardrop or avocado shape, wide on one side and pointy on the other. And exactly that pointy end usually shows which direction the asteroid came from. In the case of the South Pole Aitken Basin, that means the asteroid hit from the north, not from the south. To confirm it, scientists dug into old data from NASA's Lunar Prospector mission. It orbited the moon in 1998 to 1999. That spacecraft measured radioactive elements on the surface and found high concentrations of thorium, a key part of creep, around the basin's southwestern rim. Now, the Artemis 3 mission is NASA's big plan to put humans back on the moon for the first time since 1972. If everything goes according to schedule, the launch is set for mid-2027, right after Artemis 2 wraps up. See, Artemis 2, which is supposed to launch before April 2026, will be sort of a dress rehearsal. Astronauts will orbit the moon without landing just to make sure that all the systems work smoothly, a cosmic test drive. Artemis 3 is where things are going to get real. The astronauts are expected to land near the moon's south pole, in one of 9 possible locations NASA has scouted out. The only problem is timing. Artemis 3 has already been delayed a few times, and so has Artemis 2. Artemis 1 launched in 2022. It was an uncrewed test flight that went around the moon and came back just fine. So, next up is Artemis 2, which will take real astronauts further into space. Then comes Artemis 3, the big one. Astronauts are supposed to hang out on the lunar surface for about a week doing sciencey stuff before heading home. After that, Artemis 4 and 5 will build and expand a new mini space station orbiting the moon. It's called Gateway. Think of it as a pit stop in space. Astronauts can dock there, live for short missions, do experiments, and prepare for landings. NASA's building it with help from the European Space Agency, Japan, and a few others. The astronauts are going to travel in the Orion spacecraft, launched by NASA's Space Launch System, a massive rocket taller than the Statue of Liberty and strong enough to fling people to the moon. To actually land, they'll use the Human Landing System. SpaceX's Starship is supposed to take the first cruise down to the moon's surface once it proves it can land safely. In the long run, NASA's not going to stop at the moon. The big goal is Moon to Mars. Hopefully, we can use everything we learned from Artemis to build a lunar base and eventually send humans all the way to Mars. And who knows? Maybe when people land on the moon, they'll be able to figure out another unsolved mystery: flickers, glows, or beams of light that sometimes illuminate our satellite. Let's dig deeper into this mystery, shall we? On the night of April 19, 1787, astronomer William Herschel spotted something weird: a bright light glowing on the dark part of the new moon. It shone for hours and was almost as bright as the Orion Nebula. What he saw probably
was what scientists now call a transient lunar phenomenon, or TLP. Basically, quick little flashes or color changes on the moon's surface. TLPs can look like glowing patches, reddish or purple spots, or even hazy clouds that suddenly appear and fade away. Over the last 2,000 years, people have recorded around 3,000 of these strange moon flashes, using telescopes, cameras, or sometimes just their own sharp eyes. So, what's really going on up there? Well, there's no single answer. Lots of different things can cause TLPs, from meteor impacts to gas releases or even electrical activity. The length of the flash, which can last anywhere from a split second to several hours, gives scientists clues about what's behind each mysterious lunar light show. The super short flashes lasting less than a minute are most likely caused by tiny space rocks crashing into the moon. Even a meteoroid, the weight of a billiard ball, can hit the lunar surface hard enough to make it glow for a split second. The heat from the impact makes rocks shine and then quickly fade as they cool down. For a long time, scientists suspected these quick flashes were caused by meteor hits, but they couldn't prove it until the 1990s, when high-speed cameras finally became common in lunar research. Even then, it wasn't easy to confirm. Short flashes could have just been camera glitches or electric noise. The only way to be sure was to catch the same flash from 2 or more places at once. Well, that happened for the first time during the Leonid meteor shower in 1999, when scientists recorded real impact flashes on the moon. Later, we got more proof that the moon was often peppered with space rocks. While the flashes seemed to cluster in certain areas, like Oceanus Procellarum, one of the moon's big dark plains, that's likely just because of where scientists have focused their cameras. A 2024 study showed that meteoroids actually hit the moon evenly everywhere. Now, flashes that last a few minutes are probably caused by something totally different: gas leaks from inside the moon itself. Studies from 2008 and 2009 found that when gas like radon builds up under the lunar surface, it can suddenly burst out. Hey, I know how that feels. And when this radioactive gas escapes and decays, it gives off a faint glow we can see from Earth. Interestingly, those glowing spots often line up with areas where scientists have already found higher radon levels. Then, there are the long-haul lights. They stick around for hours, like the bright glow William Herschel saw back in 1787. A 2012 study suggested those could actually be caused by solar wind, a stream of charged particles coming from the sun. When that solar wind hits lunar dust, it can charge up the particles and toss them into the air, well, into space, creating massive dust clouds up to 60 miles high. These floating clouds might bend or reflect light from stars or planets nearby, making it look like the moon itself is glowing. So hopefully, we'll get the answers once the Artemis mission lands and starts its exploration. Hey, I can hardly wait.
Way out by Saturn, there's an icy moon called Enceladus. And it's literally spitting out ice into space. And that ice contains the stuff life's made of. Oh, and there's a whole ocean hiding under the ice. And who knows what's living in it. Enceladus is only about 300 miles across. It could literally fit inside the state of Colorado. But even though it's super small, it's got liquid water, energy from hydrothermal vents, and a bunch of chemicals that could actually support life. In other words, it's one of the best spots in the solar system where life could exist. Now, rewind about 20 years. NASA's Cassini spacecraft flew by Saturn and noticed something strange. Enceladus was shooting out little jets of icy particles from cracks near its south pole. Later, scientists realized those jets were coming from a giant underground ocean beneath the moon's surface. When they analyzed the frozen grains from those plumes, they found almost all the elements needed for life: carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Only sulfur was missing. The only problem was, most of those samples came from Saturn's E ring, a huge ring made of dust and ice that surrounds the planet. And those particles had been sitting out there for decades, maybe centuries, meaning they could have been changed by space radiation. So no one could say for sure if those life ingredients really came from Enceladus itself. But now that's changed. A new study has just confirmed that fresh ice grains, the ones newly blasted out from Enceladus, contain organic molecules, including stuff like nitrogen and oxygen. Here's how scientists figured it out. In 2008, Cassini flew right through one of those icy geysers, and it literally got splattered with tiny particles. They hit the spacecraft's dust detector at insane speed, 11 miles per second. That's fast enough to separate all the molecules, so the team could see what they were really made of. Then the scientists used a technique called mass spectrometry and managed to study those fresh grains in detail. They found molecules that on Earth are part of certain chemical reactions. Those build the complex structures life needs to exist, including ones that may contain nitrogen and oxygen.
One of the researchers said that this likely proved that those complex organic molecules hadn't formed in space. They might have actually been coming straight from Enceladus's ocean. Another scientist explained that those molecules could play an important role in biological processes. All this means that Enceladus might really be habitable. But even if there's no life there, that's still a big deal. Because then we have the right to ask, wait, why isn't there life when all the right conditions are in place? The story doesn't end there. The European Space Agency is already planning a future mission to actually land on Enceladus, right at its south pole. They want to scoop up more samples and see what's really going on under all that ice. The launch is planned for sometime in the early 2040s, so in just a few decades, we might finally find out whether this tiny frozen moon is home to some bizarre life forms. But Enceladus isn't the only potentially habitable place we know about. Admittedly, the others are beyond the edge of our solar system. Like 3 possible super-Earth planets orbiting a nearby orange dwarf star. Now, super-Earth is just what scientists call planets that are bigger than Earth but smaller than the icy giants like Uranus and Neptune. Scientists from the University of Exeter found that those exoplanets were orbiting their parent star, HD 48498, which sits about 55 light-years away from Earth. That's practically our cosmic neighborhood. Each of these planets takes a different amount of time to go around its star. One needs 7 Earth days, another 38 days, and the last one 151 days. And the coolest thing is that the outermost planet might actually be hanging out in the star's habitable zone. That's the sweet spot where it's not too hot and not too cold for liquid water to exist. It means the planet's surface could be comfortable enough for water to exist without boiling or freezing. This makes it a great candidate for life as we know it. Over 10 years, the team collected nearly 190 super precise measurements using cutting-edge equipment that looks at the light coming from stars. By checking whether the star's light is slightly shifting toward us, this is called blue shift, or away from us, that's red shift, they can figure out if a planet is tugging on it. The host star itself is an orange dwarf, something like our sun's smaller and calmer cousin. It's similar to the sun in many ways, but as an orange dwarf, it gives off less radiation than our yellow dwarf star does. The coolest part is that this is one of the closest planetary systems we've ever found that hosts a super-Earth in the habitable zone around a sun-like star. Now, super-Earths aren't exactly rare. Scientists have found over 6,000 exoplanets since the first one orbiting a sun-like star was confirmed in 1995. To spot such distant worlds, astronomers use all sorts of tools, like NASA's Kepler telescope, launched in 2009 to find Earth-like planets in the Milky Way. Let's sneak a peek at some of the most exciting exoplanets out there. Gliese 667 cc is only 22 light-years away, even though that's still about 129 trillion miles from us. It's about 3.8 times the mass of Earth, and zips around its red dwarf star in just 28 days. So a year there is 13 times shorter than ours. Its red dwarf star is cooler, and the planet probably sits in the habitable zone, though occasional stellar flares could give it a sunburn. Kepler 22b is way farther out at 600+ light-years. It was the first Kepler planet found in a habitable zone. It's about 2.4 times bigger than Earth, and we still don't know if it's rocky, liquid, or gaseous. Its orbit is close to Earth's, taking 290 days to circle its G-class star, smaller and colder than our Sun. Kepler 69c is a whopping 2,700 light-years away. This planet is almost 70% larger than Earth. Its orbit takes 242 days, putting it in a Venus-like spot in its system. But since its star is only 80% as luminous as our Sun, the conditions on that planet might be way friendlier than those on Venus. We discovered TOI 733b in 2023. This world is about 245 light-years away. It orbits its star super fast, taking just 4.9 Earth days. But the coolest thing is that it might be completely covered by a massive ocean. Could there be life in that ocean? Time will tell. GJ 1214b is 40 light-years away, pretty close by space terms. The planet is almost 3 times Earth's diameter and 8 times as heavy. It needs 38 hours to orbit its red dwarf star. The surface temperatures there hit 450 degrees Fahrenheit, and with all that heat and pressure, water behaves in crazy ways, like hot ice or superfluid water. By the way, that superfluidity is wild stuff when water moves like magic without friction. But don't try it on Earth. You'll just get dehydrated. Proxima Centauri b is the closest super-Earth, sitting at just 4 light-years away. It has a similar mass to Earth's, but a year there is only 11.2 days. Its star even wobbles a bit thanks to the planet's gravity. That's actually how scientists discovered it. The planet sits in the habitable zone but gets blasted by extreme UV radiation because it's super close to its star. Right now we can't even study its atmosphere. And finally, TOI 715b. This one orbits a red dwarf, which is smaller and cooler than our Sun. These tiny stars are pretty great for finding habitable worlds because planets can orbit close without frying. TOI 715b may have once had a super thick atmosphere like Neptune's, but it might now be losing it. Scientists need more research to see if it's now a watery, rocky world. In any case, some of these planets might have oceans, some might be way too hot, and some could even be our distant cosmic cousins. Either way, each discovery helps us understand the universe a little better. And who knows, maybe someday we'll even set foot on one of those super-Earths.
A recent shocking discovery, shocking I tell you, shows that one galaxy can devour another smaller one, leaving behind just faint remains. Can anything like this happen to our home Milky Way galaxy? And if it does, what will happen to the inhabitants of the planet Earth? You know, us. Well, let's figure it out. This whole discovery is actually a curious story. Even before the Rubin Observatory, an astronomical observatory in Chile, even started its full science work, it accidentally helped astronomers spot something totally unexpected. In June, the team released its very first test images, and one of them showed a deep look at the Virgo cluster. That's a huge group of nearby galaxies scientists have been studying for years. But in the bottom right corner of that image, there was something thin and strange, and it wasn't me. It was a tiny razor-sharp streak of stars stretching away from a well-known galaxy called M61. No one had ever seen it before. Now, M61 looks a lot like our own Milky Way galaxy. It's a barred spiral galaxy with long, sweeping arms. But despite the similar shape, the center of M61 is far more dramatic. While Milky Way's supermassive black hole sits quietly, almost as if it's asleep, M61's black hole is wide awake and hungry. It feeds on surrounding matter and blasts out powerful flows of energy, which creates a kind of galactic storm that spreads through the galaxy. M61 has been studied for decades, but Rubin's camera is built to pick up things that are extremely faint. That's why this new star system suddenly appeared. It was as if someone turned on a flashlight in a dark room. Now, the stream is enormous. It's about 50 kiloparsecs long, which is roughly 163,000 light-years. That's more than the size of the entire Milky Way. Most stellar streams around our own galaxy are only a few tens of thousands of light-years long, so this one is huge by comparison. Scientists think that the long trail is made of a dwarf galaxy that got too close to M61. Once it crossed into the larger galaxy's territory, the dwarf galaxy became trapped in its gravitational grip. Little by little, powerful tidal forces began pulling it apart, stretching it into a long, faint trail of stars. Eventually, it was completely ripped apart by M61's gravity. When that happened, the larger galaxy seemed to have responded with a burst of new star-making about 10 million years ago. It almost felt like the collision kicked it awake. This process, large galaxies tearing smaller ones apart, is thought to be one of the main ways galaxies, like the Milky Way and M61, grow over billions of years. Each smaller galaxy that falls in becomes fuel for the larger one, adding stars and gas, and sometimes this process can even stir up activity around the central black hole. Will our Milky Way become that smaller galaxy one day? Well, we do have a much bigger neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy. But at the moment, we can't predict whether it'll get hungry enough to attack the Milky Way. Whew, what a relief. Anyway, it might seem weird that the M61 stream had gone unnoticed for so long. It wasn't exactly faint or subtle, glowing with the light of about 100 million suns. Hard to miss. But it managed this trick by staying hidden behind a nearby galaxy. This makes it really difficult to detect even bright stellar streams. To find them, we need extremely sensitive instruments and careful techniques. At least now we know that giant galaxies may grow by eating smaller ones, leaving long trails of stars behind as evidence. The researchers admit that it's surprising that such a huge structure stayed hidden around a famous galaxy for so long. And it seems that the discovery of the M61 stream is just the beginning. The night sky might start filling with new, uncovered structures, ghostly trails, forgotten galaxies, and the remains of ancient cosmic encounters. The Rubin Observatory is a brand new astronomy center built on a mountain in Chile. Its full name is the Vera C. Rubin Observatory. It was named after the astronomer who first found strong evidence that dark matter is real. Now, what makes Rubin special is that it's the first telescope of its kind. Its giant mirrors, super-sensitive camera, fast movement, and powerful computers all use cutting-edge technology. The main telescope, called the Simonyi Survey Telescope, has a 27-foot mirror, and it uses the LSST camera, which is the biggest digital camera ever made. But we'll talk about it a bit later. For 10 years, this telescope will take extremely detailed pictures of the southern sky. It will scan the entire sky every few nights, creating a huge, high-quality time-lapse video, the largest movie of the universe ever recorded. This movie will help scientists spot things that change over time, like asteroids, comets, stars that get brighter or dimmer, and exploding stars called supernovae. To create this giant time-lapse, the Rubin Observatory will have to use a lot of new technology. Some of its parts were invented from scratch, and others were improved versions of older designs. It'll help scientists discover all kinds of things. Many we already expect, and many we can't even imagine yet. Even so, Rubin Observatory was built with 4 main science goals in mind: learning more about dark matter and dark energy, creating a complete list of objects in our solar system, mapping the structure of the Milky Way, and studying objects that move or change brightness over time. Everything about the telescope, its huge size, fast scanning speed, and ultra-sensitive camera, was designed to make discoveries in these 4 areas as complete as possible. Rubin's telescope isn't the first telescope with a mirror about 27 feet wide, but it is the first to combine its primary mirror and tertiary mirror into one single surface. Putting both mirrors together is a special innovation that makes the entire telescope more compact. Because of this, it can move faster and get ready for its next observation much more quickly. The telescope's LSST camera is the biggest digital camera ever created. It's about the size of an SUV and weighs around 6,000 pounds. It holds a giant 3,200 megapixel CCD array. Just one single picture from Rubin is so large that you'd need about 400 Ultra HD TV screens to display it. It's also the fastest-moving large telescope on Earth. Rubin's telescope can swing into a new position in only 5 seconds. and immediately start taking its next image. This speed comes from the telescope's compact design, thanks to its 2-in-1 mirror and its powerful drive motors. They can quickly move and stop the 220-ton telescope mount without shaking it. Even small vibrations can ruin an image, so this stability is a huge achievement. By the way, if the telescope were spinning at full speed, you wouldn't be able to outrun it. Also, Rubin Observatory has a rare combination. It can collect a lot of light and capture a very large area of the sky in a single picture. This means it can spot faint objects spread out over a wide region without needing many separate images. When you add the telescope's incredible speed, you get the perfect setup for creating Rubin's ultra-high-definition 10-year time-lapse of the universe. A fun fact, each Rubin image covers about 10 square degrees of sky. That's the same area as 45 full moons, or about the size of a golf ball held at arm's length. Another cool thing is that Rubin data will be immediately available to scientists in the US and Chile, and to members of Rubin's International In-Kind program. They'll be able to access everything through an online portal, which means that no giant downloads are needed. After 2 years, the entire world will be able to view Rubin data. Rubin will also process new images every night in near real time. If something in the sky moves or changes, the system will send out a public alert within 60 seconds. This will allow scientists to respond quickly and point their telescopes at the event. Each night, Rubin Observatory will create 20 terabytes of data and send out up to 10 million alerts about changes in the sky. By the end of the 10-year survey, Rubin will have produced a whopping 60 petabytes of raw images. It'll be the first time so much astronomical information is shared with so many people. That's it for today. So hey, if you pacified your curiosity,